Hi, everyone. Did you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. How's it going?
Do you see me okay?
We can see you, we can hear you. I was just closing out Dr. Cummings because I was still listening.
No, I didn't want to leave it. That's why I waited a bit to promote you because I was following the internet conversation.
Yeah, no, that was a really good one.
Super inspirational.
This whole thing has just been awesome. It really has.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
Do you guys hear an echo when I'm talking?
Yes, there is an echo.
A little bit of an echo.
Is that coming from my end?
Yes, Sarah, I think it's Can you mute? So we'll check. And what about now? I think now there is no echo, right? So I think it's coming from you.
I don't hear any echoes anymore.
Yeah. But now when Sarah unmutes, the echo comes back.
Is there an echo? Oh no.
I think we're good now.
Okay. That was weird. My computer's never done that.
Oh, computers.
Have you been watching all of the summit, Limor?
I'm watching some of it because it's I'm in Israel, so I have 7-hour difference from New York. And
so it gets a little bit late.
So it gets a little bit too late for me. I'm trying to watch as much as I can stay awake, and it's fascinating for sure. And I really enjoy it. Yeah,
there's so many conversations I want to watch when they're live on the platform. Yeah, obviously, we've just been watching inclusion, but
absolutely.
Yeah, with the time difference, I fully understand. You need to.
So you have been, so Sarah and Abigail, you have both been moderating the inclusion track all those days?
Yes, ma'am.
Just cool because we're here for all these conversations, so it's nice to be able to actively listen in on all of this.
Yeah, so just about my talk is gonna be very casual. I didn't prepare any slides. I was debating and I decided to go on the personal route. And what I mentioned to Abigail in Slack is that I'm happy to talk, what I plan to say, which is about 25 minutes. And I'm happy also to have a longer Q&A because basically I'm sharing stories. So I have like 4 stories to share. I can share less if there is a lot of engagement. If there's no like huge amount of engagement, I can just do my talk and then we'll have 5 minutes.
Cool. Sounds
good. No problem.
Yeah, just play it by ear. See how the chat's responding.
Do you want me to ping you privately on Slack? Is that better if it's like the flag for questions and stuff?
Or you can just pop up and say there are a lot of questions. Do we want to?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's a little visually more easy because then my face will just be here.
Yeah, you can turn on your camera and say, well, there are a lot of questions, and then I can find the right timing to kind of open up more questions. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't know how many, maybe there will not be a lot of questions, so I don't know.
We've had some really good activity on this track over the past few days. Obviously we're a little biased and inexperienced in the other tracks since we've had to be here. But what I can say is like looking at us compared to the other tracks, we've had consistently higher attendees, and we have had very healthy discussions.
Yeah, nobody has said anything inappropriate. We haven't had any issues with that. I mean, knock on wood.
It. I have not said it out loud.
I'm sorry. I'm knocking on wood. We'll be fine.
Hopefully, I will not be the first.
No. If someone says something bad about mentorship, I mean, I won't fix it, but it just seems extremely difficult.
It does seem, yeah. Mentors, man, they're just the worst. Like, what are they really going to say, right?
Yeah.
It's not very controversial.
It's really not.
Yeah.
Who was I? Which one was it? Oh, when Johnny C. Taylor yesterday, the day before, whenever he was talking, when he was talking about the reverse mentorship, I thought that was interesting. I think I hadn't really thought about that before, and I thought that was a really interesting thing about mentorship.
Was that when he was referring to like ageism and like the re-entering the workforce and the younger people also helping in the older people?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, that was, I think, when it kind of came up. But the whole concept generally of like, especially for larger organizations, for young people coming in, pairing them with, a more senior member of the organization who's been there for a while, and that they can mentor each other and support each other. It's just like, it's such almost like a common sense thing. It's like, oh yeah, why don't more organizations do this? Like, of course that would help, with ageism issues, with, helping the younger person have a better experience. It probably helps with retention. Like, there's
Totally.
it just seems like it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and just creating like inclusion and community. Like you immediately feel valued, taken care of. You have someone to, direct questions to. Like it just, you're not left in the dust, which again, with retention, I think must be huge.
Frankly, to do it more purposefully, it should be with someone not of your ilk. Like if it is a senior white male, they need to be paired with, someone who's not a junior white male. They need to be paired with someone, different race, different gender, something, because it needs to be kind of that cross, I think, personally, help foster the
100%. Yeah, makes total sense.
Why don't companies do this?
I like that Limor has her shirt.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting to get mine.
I noticed no one, I didn't see anyone, at least from what I could tell, wearing those shirts. No one got them?
No.
I don't know. I mean, in Argentina, we absolutely we don't get anything. But
I contacted Milena and I told her after they sent the email about a swag, and I said, can you send me the graphic designs? I will just go and print it locally, because I figured by the time it will get here, it will take at least a month, if not more.
I know. When I saw your message that you had done that, I was like, oh, I should have done that. Like, because that I could have gotten done in Argentina. But like, if they chose to mail it now, I don't think I'd get it at all, period. I just don't think it would get here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I ordered mine the first day that they announced that. And I'm in Denver, so it shouldn't be that difficult to ship, and I still don't have it. I hope it gets here before my flight now. I'm a little nervous that my parents will have it and I won't.
Oh,
your parents might have it.
Yeah.
When is your flight?
My flight is next Friday, so in like 9 days.
Okay, and where do you live?
So I'm right now in Denver, which is where I'm from, but I'm going back to Buenos Aires, where Abby is. That's where I normally live, but I came home for vacation and have just been stuck here because flights have been canceled.
Cool. Where in Denver your parents live?
We're in Castle Rock. Do you know the Denver area?
Yeah, I lived in Colorado for 6.5 years. So I lived in Denver itself, in a neighborhood called Lowry, which be an old Air Force base, and then we moved to a suburb, to Inglewood, which is actually not that far from Castle Rock. It's like maybe 15.
Yeah, super close. Oh, that's so funny. You've been all over.
Yeah, I've been in Colorado, I've been in Texas, and now I'm back in my home country in Israel.
Where in Israel do you live?
I lived in a city called Ra'anana, which is about 20 minutes away from Tel Aviv.
Okay.
So pretty central. It's a small country. You cannot really go very far.
Yeah. Well, I hear amazing things about Tel Aviv. I would love to go. I have
it's my favorite city in the world, to be honest with you. Yeah, at least from the places I've been to.
I've heard wonderful things generally about Israel. Like the food is really good, and that it's just really, really beautiful. It's on my list. I had an old ex-boyfriend who did an archaeological dig in Israel too, and like when he would talk about it, I was just like, oh, that sounds amazing.
Need to go.
But we are at 2:00 on the dot. I see people starting to join. I imagine that's going to tick up pretty quickly over the next minute. Because that's been how it's been going for the past couple of days. I can already see the numbers climbing. So I will kind of get going on a few housekeeping things, and then Limor, I'll turn it over to you. But first, I just want to say, hey everyone, thank you so much for joining Power to Fly today at Diversity Reboot 2020, day 3, our final day of speakers. We're so glad to have you join us and to have you join us on the inclusion track. Before I hand it over, I wanted to just go over some quick housekeeping. So for everyone who's attending, you may have heard this if you've been attending the past couple of days, but if you're new, I just want to let you know your camera and audio are going to stay off for the duration of the talk, but we still would love to hear from you. So if you have a comment, feel free to put it in the comment box, the chat box. If you have any questions, feel free to add it to the Q&A. We're going to get to as many as we can. If you have any technical difficulties whatsoever, feel free to reach out to me or my colleague Sarah, who's on the line, and we'll help you as best as we can. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits, check out the code in the top left corner. That should be what you need to redeem for your professional development credits. And then I always like to refer everyone to the code of conduct, which has been put into the chat. Just easy reminders so that everyone has a good experience today. Everyone's been amazing. You guys have had wonderful comments and questions over the past 2 days, so I'm not anticipating any trouble, but just to make sure we're all good. So otherwise, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next speaker. On the power of mentorship, we're joined by Limor Bergman-Gross, who's Power to Fly's very own Director of Mentorship. Limor, I'm happy to pass it over to you.
Thank you so much, Abigail, for the introduction, and hi, everyone. Do you see me okay? Just wanted to make sure that my video is working properly. So great, thank you. So nice to meet you. I'm the Director of Mentorship at Power to Fly. And my passion is empowering women, helping women grow and excel in their careers. And that's why we created the mentorship program at Power to Fly. In this talk, I'm gonna share with you some stories from both my professional and personal life about how mentorship helped me. And before we get to the stories, I want to start with trying to define what is mentorship, or at least what is mentorship to me. So to me, mentorship is about sharing knowledge and experiences from someone who have walked the same path you are, someone you aspire to become like, and have the skills you want to have. Mentorship is about building relationship and trust. It's about giving advice, and it's about listening. And now I want to take you backwards, 13 years back to June 2007. And in June 2007, I was at home on maternity leave with my second child. He was 1 month old, and he just recently turned 13, and time flies. And as I was home with my baby on maternity leave, I got a phone call that changed my professional life. And on the phone was my future manager, and he told me that he's happy to tell me that I was accepted for a role of an engineering manager. Up until then, I was a software engineer. I did some team leadership. I was working with customers, but I was mainly an individual contributor, and I never managed before. And just before going on maternity leave, I applied for this position. I was actually with a huge tummy on 8 months applying for this. It's a topic for a different story. My husband encouraged me to do that. And to be honest, I was not very confident that I will actually get this job, but I did, luckily. And that's changed my life because since then I've been in leadership positions. And on this phone call, as the manager called me, he told me, I really want you to come to the office. I know you are on maternity leave, but I want you to come to the office and talk about your new role. And so I did. I came to the office with my baby because obviously I was watching him. And I met with my manager, future manager. And to be honest, I don't remember much from this conversation, because the only thing I could think about during that time was, what will I do if my baby wakes up and I have to feed him? Or even worse, if I have to change a diaper. Fortunately for me, it didn't happen, and he was sleeping. And I was just sitting there and trying to listen. But I do remember one thing from this call. He told me that he's going to give me between 3 to 5 people to manage to begin with, just to make it easier for me. And I felt like that's pretty great. And I was excited and went back home. And fast forward 2 months later, I returned to work after maternity leave, coming excited and motivated for my first day as an engineering manager. I meet my new manager and we're having a meeting, and he's telling me, Limor, I have very exciting news for you. And I said, great, let's hear it out. And he said, actually, we decided that we are going to transition an entire team to you from a different manager, and you're going to manage a whole team. And I don't remember exactly the size of this team, but I can tell you it was more than 15 people. Call me crazy, but I didn't see that as a good news. I was pretty hysteric because I had no clue how to manage. I mean, I never done that before. And I was saying to myself, oh my God, what have I done? Is it a mistake? But I really wanted that. So I felt, okay, there is no turning back, but I didn't really know how to do it. And my manager was obviously meeting with me every week and was trying to back me up. But I told him during our one-on-ones, I told him, listen, I mean, I really am grateful for the opportunity and I'm doing my best, but I really feel like I need some help. And he told me, you know what? I have someone I heard good things about. She's a coach, and I heard some recommendations about her. I'll just hire her for you. So I started working with this coach, and I was meeting with her every week. The sessions were pretty good. It was not easy because it felt to me sometimes like therapy. Like she was asking me a lot of questions, very good ones, which forced me also to think hard. And it was a place for me to share, fears, struggles, frustrations, whatever. There was one thing that I was missing, and don't take it as anything, bad on coaching. She was really good, and I have very good things to say about coaching. But for me at that time, I was missing someone to give me advice. How do I handle staff meetings? How do I organize my group? How do I do one-on-ones? How do I manage performance? There are so many questions that I have. And she really couldn't help me because she was not an engineering manager. And after 3 months of engagement with her, I told my manager, listen, it's great, but I don't recommend to renew the engagement with her just because I feel like she helped me as much as she could and I need something different. And then an idea came to my mind. There was a manager who managed me before, an ex-manager, and he was actually the one who recommended me for this position. And a lot thanks to him, I actually got this position. And he was someone I really aspired to become like. I really liked him. I respected him professionally. He was a great manager, a great leader. And I reached out to him and I said, listen, I mean, would it be okay for you to meet with me once in a while and give me some advice and help me out? And he said, listen, I'm very, very busy and I'm traveling a lot. But if you can find time on my calendar, I'm happy to help you out. And so I did. I found time on my calendar and I just started to meet with him. It was not like on a regular cadence because he was very busy, but every meeting with him usually started with me sharing a challenge or a topic I wanted to discuss, we usually brainstorm about it. So we asked me some questions, trying to get to the roots of what was either bothering me, scaring me, or whatever it was. And also he gave me some advice on, for things I had questions about, because he was very, very experienced leader. Obviously, I mean, it was many years ago, so I don't remember all the topics we discussed during those sessions, but there is one thing I remember specifically. So I was about to travel to the United States. I lived in Israel back then, and I live there right now. And I was supposed to travel to the US for a few days for meeting with a partner. It was a very strategic partnership for the company. And I was supposed to lead that kickoff meeting with this partner, because my team was the engineering team that was supposed to do the technical work with them. And I was supposed to travel with an experienced program manager. Now, it was not the first time for me to meet with customers, but I was terrified because I never led meetings with customers or partners before, and definitely didn't travel as a manager, representing a team. And I was very, very inconfident. I was thinking, a lot of thoughts were running in my head. What happened if that? And I was supposed to fly on Saturday, and I was able to get a time slot with my mentor, with this ex-manager, on Thursday. So just before I was traveling, and I remember that this meeting was really, really beneficial for me, because I shared all my struggles, I shared all my concern, and my mentor really helped me first, like, talk about those concerns. Many of them he kind of, in some ways, denied, like said, well, it's in your head, and explained to me like why I was over worried. He really gave me a lot of confidence in myself and my abilities. And he also gave me some advice and tips of, different things that I could do. And what if something happens? Like, for example, if the program manager is taking over the conversation, what do I do? And what do I do if the partner is asking me questions I don't know the answers to? And that was really, really beneficial for me. I gained a lot of confidence. I went on this customer or partner meeting, and it was very, very successful. And my mentor just gave me the boost of confidence that I needed. And I met with this mentor for about a year, and he really helped me a lot. And I'm very, very grateful for all the time he invested in me and in my future. And now I want to fast forward several years later to July 2010. In July 2010, I was again on maternity leave. And this time I was with my third plus fourth babies. So I got a surprise for my third pregnancy. I got 2 for the price of 1, and I have 4 kids. And I was on maternity leave. And at that time, I felt like really it's time for me to move on for something else, because I worked at this company for 10 years. I was managing a team for about 3 years. I really didn't see a lot of growth opportunities for me there. And also we were acquired by a larger corporation that I really didn't see myself staying there. And it happened that my husband returned home one evening from work and offered me to relocate to Denver, Colorado. His employer wanted him to move. Actually, he asked him to move when I was pregnant with my twins, but back then I almost kicked him out of the house when he mentioned the idea of relocating. But he was kind of carefully mentioning it again when I was on maternity leave. And my reaction shocked him. I told him, absolutely, let's do it. I don't know why, maybe it was the hormones. I don't know why. I decided that I wanted this change, and that was the opportunity I was looking for. And we moved in December 2010 to the United States with 4 young kids, and I had no job. I left my job and I had no job. I found a job, that's for a different story. And I started managing a small team. And during that time, my manager was a very, very busy person. He managed a lot of teams, and my team was just one small piece of his organization. I really liked him, and he was very experienced, but he didn't have a lot of bandwidth for me. On top of that, about 6 months after I started this position, he relocated to Australia to manage a team there that there were some challenges with, and I had even less time with him. So I was basically on my own. It was okay for the most part. I did pretty well, but I had some traumatic experience from this time. And the experience was with an underperforming engineer. And the problem was that I really didn't have anyone I could talk to other than my manager, that again, I talked in a good week, once a week, but usually less than that. And I basically had to figure things out myself. It took me about a year to figure out that really I should let this person go. And on top of that, when I started the performance improvement plan, I had no clue how this is done in the US, because it was my first management job in the US. The HR business partner worked with me. He was, really trying to help out. But the whole performance improvement plan was traumatic experience for me. It took me 2 months until I was able to let this person go. During these 2 months, this person was aggressive, hostile. We had several meetings that he said pretty nasty words to me. And he was very aggressive, not physically, but, with his body language and with his words. Obviously, it impacted me emotionally a lot. And I feel like if I had a mentor during that time, I could probably first get to the conclusion that I need to let this person go much, much sooner. And probably the whole performance improvement plan would be also much faster, because someone could help me and guide me through that. And now I want to take you again few years forward to December 2015, when I was working at VMware. I was managing there an organization of about 25 people. And I was contacted by DigitalOcean at the time, and they offered me to manage a team, a small team, and do it remotely. I never managed remote before in my life, and I didn't even know how it can be done. From many aspects, it was a downgrade for me, because from managing an organization, I would be starting with a very small team of 6 engineers, doing that remote, a lot of unknowns. But there are 2 reasons that I chose this job. One, the company. I really believed in the future of this company, and I still do. They flew me to New York for the interview, and I was really impressed with everyone I met, and with the company and the office and the atmosphere there and the people. And the second reason was the hiring manager. He was really impressive. He flew specifically for my interview round because he wanted to make sure that I feel comfortable during the interviews, and I'm treated fairly. And I felt like this is a person I want to work with and learn from. And I remember when I started this job at DigitalOcean, he told me, I really want to help you become a director. I don't know yet how, but that's what I intend to do. And I was really grateful, because that was also my ambition. And it was a process, but I can tell you that my manager was a great mentor to me, because he helped me a lot. He gave me a lot of constructive feedback. And on top of that, we worked on a plan to become a director. And during that he gave me really the plan of what are the things I needed to do in order to become a director. But he did so much more. He also gave me a coach that worked with me for a period of 6 months. And the goal of this coaching engagement was really to help me. It was very, very targeted. The goal was to help me be promoted to a director. And this coach was amazing. And on top of her being a coach, she also gave me a lot of great advices, which was different from the previous one I had in my first position. So the combination of my manager and her were really the 2 reasons that I was eventually, after 6 months, promoted to a director. And on top of that, after I was promoted, I continued working with her and obviously my manager. And I don't think that without all that support, I could have been promoted, or at least not in this time frame. So I'm very, very grateful for the support I got in that job. And now the last story I want to share with you is really not related to my career, is more personal. And as I told you, I moved to the United States in December 2010 with 4 very young kids. My oldest was 6.5. My youngest were twins. They're 6 months old. And I started working a few months later. So both me and my husband, imagine like we're two, full-time, working full-time, juggling between work, home, kids. It was pretty stressful. I was pretty, exhausted and busy. And I put myself, and during that time, those years, I really put myself last. I didn't take care of myself at all. And it affected me, and I gained some weight, and I felt pretty bad about myself. Not professionally, but personally. I felt like I'm not taking care of myself and my health. I gained weight. I hated the way I looked, and I was completely out of shape. I stopped working out, and I basically did nothing for me. And and throughout the years, I tried doing different things. I signed up for a gym, waking up at 5:30 a.m. to go to work out. It lasted very short time. I tried different diets. A friend recommended me of Atkins diet. I tried it for several months. It was effective for a few months, but then I decided I cannot live without carbs. So I stopped that and gained all the way back plus. And then one day, I remember that very clearly, it was in April 2017, I saw a Facebook post from someone I knew. She was not like a close friend, but I saw a post recommending of a women-only program that is aimed for busy women who want to lose weight. And after reading this post and glancing at the website, I signed up without like checking much. I just decided this is what I needed. And this program was online with only women only, and it included several aspects. It included both the, material like menus and all that knowledge transfer. It included emotional support. It included the group of women. We chatted on WhatsApp all the time. And on top of that, it included mentorship. So each participant had a personal mentor assigned to her. A mentor was a woman that was a graduate of this program and have done that before and sustained all the results she had. And that was an amazing, amazing experience for me, because really I could tap this mentor almost any minute of the day, ask her questions on WhatsApp and talk to her and get the support I needed, advice, and whatever I needed. And I think the combination of the support group, of the mentor, of this program really helped me transform my life. I reduced some weight during this program, which was 42 days long, but I continued with this lifestyle change. I started working out regularly, and I lost like more than 35 pounds. And I'm still, maintaining the healthy lifestyle that I started. And I think a lot of that is thanks to this program that had the right combination and had this mentorship aspect in it as well. And I just want to end by saying that you are all strong. You each of and every one of you have diamonds hidden within you. And I want to encourage you to find your diamonds, find your strength, and let them shine and show your words, your capabilities. It is your duty to excel and bring everything you have to the workforce. And I'm here for you to support you, because it is my mission to empower women. And I want to really thank you all for listening and being here. And Abigail, I want to open up for questions if we have any questions in the time we have left.
Yeah, we did have a question come in. asking, do you know of companies out there that have a program of mentorship baked into the culture? I would say, are there companies that you've seen who they've just done a really good job at bringing this to be part of how they function?
I'm sure that there are companies that are doing that. We had in DigitalOcean, we did have I don't know if it was called mentorship, but we did have something internal that you could pair. I think it went pretty well. And when I was working, like in my second job in Sun Microsystem, there was a mentorship program as well. So definitely I've seen that. I think it can be very beneficial for sure. I think there is one downside that I saw is that when the company is very small and people know each other, it can get tricky with feeling comfortable sharing things that, like challenges you have with peers or with your manager, if the person you talk to know the people around you. If it's a big company and you talk with someone from a completely different department and they don't know the individuals, then I feel like that's definitely something that is beneficial.
Awesome. Thank you. I see a couple more questions coming in. So another question came in, how do you find a mentor? So let's say your company doesn't have that mentorship program. And I know you had talked about reaching out to a former manager of your own, but how would you encourage others to find that mentor if it's not something that's already ingrained in their culture?
Yeah, so first of all, we have, that's why we created the mentorship program. So obviously you can reach out to us and we'll help you find a mentor for you. But in general, like generally speaking, a mentor is someone you aspire to become like, is someone that have walked on the same path you have, someone you respect, someone you feel have the skills and knowledge and can help you. And it will be easier if you know this, like if you just reach someone out of the blue. I mean, it will be easier if it's someone that works with you or knows you. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to find someone who is willing to mentor you if they don't know you.
For sure. I know I can say for myself, because it's been mentorship is an interesting thing to me. It's something that I know about, but I haven't been involved in formally. But on both ends of it, one, going to people who I've respected and worked with and asking like, hey, do you mind if I talk to you on a regular basis? Frankly, my partner has done it too. Within the company that he works at, where he's gone to leaders that he's respected. And I know it's helped for him. For me personally, when people have come to me and asked, hey, I want to work on these things, do you mind working? Like if anyone was nervous to ask someone, I would always encourage them.
Yeah, flattering. Absolutely. Like, the worst thing they can say is no.
Right. The worst thing they can say is no. And, at least, like I said, in my experience, I've always thought it's flattering to see that someone is looking and saying, hey, I respect you. Can you help me? Like, so don't be afraid to. And I'll give one more minute because then I want to start transitioning the next team on. But there was one more question that came in. Can you talk quickly to, and I know this could be a long one, but could you talk quickly to the benefits of mentoring others, of being a mentor?
Yeah, and I've been doing that for the last 3.5 years, by the way. You learn a lot. First of all, it's an amazing experience. You find a lot of fulfillment out of it and joy. And you also learn a lot. I mean, I learned a lot from people I mentor because from talking with them about their cases and being able to help them, I learn also from that. And I become also better as a leader and as a mentor as I do it more and more.
Awesome. I mean, I think that's wonderful. And I couldn't agree more. I've found it very rewarding when I've been able to the little pieces of knowledge that I have, if I can help other people with them, it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you so much, Limor.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Maybe I'm biased being part of the Power to Fly team, but I know we love to have you. And I couldn't recommend you enough in the mentorship program here at Power to Fly. I know you've done so much to make it as incredible as it is. So thank you. Big time thank you. And thank you for talking
and
today.
Thanks everyone for participating.
Wonderful. So I would like to start transitioning to our next group, but before I pass it over, I just want to go through a couple things. So as a reminder to everyone here, you're on the inclusion track. Don't forget that you can always visit our other tracks going on throughout the day: impact, future of work, engineering. We have a bunch of wonderful speakers across all tracks. That said, we're very happy to have you here and joining us. So a couple things to keep in mind for the upcoming presentation: your camera and audio will remain off, but we always love to hear from you. So feel free to throw any comments in the chat box, questions in the Q&A. We're going to get to as many as we possibly can. If you have tech difficulties, feel free to reach out to me in the chat or my colleague Sarah. We'll help you as best as we're able. If you're looking for SHRM credits today, take a peek at the top left corner of the screen. You'll see the code there. You can redeem that for your professional development credits. And as always, please do refer to our code of conduct in the chat to help ensure that this is a good experience for everyone involved. You guys have all been wonderful. So I'm not too worried, but I just like to highlight that. Good to move it over now. I'm happy to dive into the next group of wonderful speakers. We're going to be talking about ageism in the workplace. We're joined by Helen D. Sanchez, the founder of Tanagui LLC, Ursula Waltz, founder and CEO at Riversound Solutions, Rita Taylor, solutions manager at Deloitte. And the conversation is going to be led by Jane Elizabeth, the managing editor of the News and Observer and the Herald Sun. So without further ado, Jane, happy to kick it off to you.
Thank you, Abby. I'm really thrilled to be here with everyone, this wonderful, amazing group of accomplished women today. I guess I don't need to introduce myself now, so we're just going to go right to you. So what I want to do is start with a couple of lightning round questions, and we didn't rehearse this, so you're on your own now. So first, I just want you to tell a little bit about your company or where you work. A couple of you have started companies, so just a very brief background. But before that, tell us where you are right now. I love to ask people this on Zoom because you never know if they have a fake background and they're actually sitting in the bathroom, or, tell me where you're sitting as far as your city, but also where you are in your house. Rita, do you want to go first?
Sure, I can go first. Well, I am sitting in my lovely kitchen. I'm sitting at the countertop. So I'm sitting like in a bar stool chair because I just have refused to make my downstairs a real complete office. So it's just the walls are kind of bare, but I have the place that I always wanted to go visit, which is the Eiffel Tower back here in the background.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So have you been working at home the whole time, or is this a COVID thing?
This is a COVID thing.
Okay. All right.
This is a
Ursula, where are you? It looks very interesting. You're still on mute. There you go.
The background is where my Vermont home is. We were there for 10 weeks, my husband and I, and I'm back in Montclair, New Jersey, because we are putting our house on the market. Montclair is very, very hot, and I don't want you to see the mess behind me in my office. So yeah, this is where I've been for since mid-March.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I do a mix of working from my office behind me is at home, and it's a mess. And I do work from there, and I also work from, I teach part-time and don't travel into New York anymore.
Good idea. All right, Helen.
I'm sitting in my house in the Smoky Mountains in North Carolina, and I live up in New Jersey also, but I'm down here visiting and enjoying nature.
All right, that all sounds good. I am sitting in my house in outside of Raleigh, North Carolina, a little town called Apex, just a few miles from downtown. And this is where I've been since March when we closed our newsroom. And it is actually my husband's old man cave, which I took over as my office. So no more man cave, but this was important. Rita, why don't you tell us a little bit about your about what you do and your work at Deloitte? Well, you're a solutions manager, which is a really interesting title.
Yes, well, I started out, well, first of all, Deloitte has two different sides to it. And pretty much all of my professional career, I've been on the consulting side, and I've traveled extensively for like the last 20 years. And at one point when I did join Deloitte, I said, oh my God, I just really want to sleep in my own bed and cook my own food for a change. So I decided to transition from the Charlotte office. I'm from Raleigh, but the product that I support, the team is in Charlotte. I transitioned from the Charlotte office to here, to Lake Mary, a little suburb out of Orlando, and still transitioned with Deloitte. And I transitioned in as a solution manager because at that time we were growing the center here, and I was coming in with a lot of experience from all of my work history and being already prior with Deloitte.
Okay. And Ursula, what's your brief bio?
It isn't brief. I've been a computer scientist for 40 years, and I've grown up with computer science. The rapid part of it is that I've also been someone on the educational side to really define interactive multimedia and how we do this. And so I've been learning a lot from Zooming. I like the idea that this is Hollywood Squares and this is not interaction. And the other thing that I've been doing forever is artificial intelligence. And so as we get more and more automated in the way we interact, I'm finding a new career, going back to my roots. So
great. All right, Helen.
I am the founder of Tanagi, which is a career consulting firm for women over 40. I've been in recruiting for about 40 years and managed teams in pharmaceutical and some finance and hospitality, but I've also been a woman who has experienced firsthand and also researched intersectional age discrimination in the workplace. So I decided to pursue my passion and start working with women over 40, basically on identifying their goals and navigating to their career path and what they want to achieve.
So, and tell us the name of your company again is?
Tanagi.
And it's named after your children.
Yes, it is. My children are Tanya, Natasha, and Guido. So Tanya's actually the oldest, so we started with that, and it went Tanya Tanagi. Oh. Yes, it's named after them. They're their inspiration.
That's great. So I think maybe where we start from here is to address the fact that age discrimination is illegal, and I think most people know that. I don't know, Helen, if you know a little bit about the background of the age discrimination law, we could talk about that here. Just to sort of set the table that we know this is illegal, but then we need to go beyond that.
Yes, absolutely. We do know it's illegal, but unfortunately, having proof to actually combat that illegal activity is very difficult. That's what makes it somewhat of a law that's not very effective today. It's based on the victim actually having the documentation and being able to prove what happened to them rather than the employer having the burden of responsibility of proving that they didn't do it. So without documentation, really, it's very difficult to pursue any legal action against a company or to get any satisfaction.
And so, you know, as we know it's illegal, there is a law passed, I think, in the 60s, right?
Yes,
a federal law that actually makes discrimination against people 40 and over illegal in anything like benefits, assignments, training, of course, salary, hiring and firing. But as you said, we also know that it's it's a law that can be hacked into around the edges, and it's the sneaky ways that people get around that. So I wanted to ask all of you what your experience has been in having that law that's there to protect you, but really not, and how that has manifested in your careers. Does anyone have a particular example?
Well, I do have a one example, but I think it was back early in my career, of course, before, when I first started out in my career in my early 20s, wherein I majored in computer information systems, which is a programming, which is pretty much a male dominating type of arena. So when I've completed my studies, I landed a job in Boston in programming. And it was like I was too young to be even considered, doing this type of work. And I did notice back then that I was given the kind of like the non-challenging type of work versus my colleagues, because they just didn't think I could, or didn't give me the chance to try to prove myself. So that's one of my examples in my early career days.
Yeah, I have an example also. And as you mentioned, the law was passed in the late 60s, but skirting the edges is very easy. As older employees, and you're absolutely right, for women, it's considered, or the law states over 40, but for women in the workplace, that's really when they start to be identified as being older employees. I came across a statement, which I'm sure a lot of people have seen, where men age like fine wine and women just age, or age like milk, which goes sour. So there's just a kind of assumption that this is what's going on. And women go through a lot of life events. They go through events where maybe their children are going to get married, maybe their grandchildren are going off to college. And this was my experience in that I think a lot of women also, especially today, their age is difficult to place. So managers or employers might think one thing, but then a life event happens, which is what happened to myself. And all of a sudden they get closer to what your actual age is. And then all of a sudden the promotions disappear and the training invites are gone, and the job you were promised is no longer there. And it's, again, that's my personal experience, that did happen, but without any documentation, and with employers being, I guess, shrewd enough to not put anything in an email, then you are really have no course to follow. I mean, right. It's not possible for you to combat that, unfortunately. And I mean, I've sat in with managers who have specifically said, I don't care what you say to your employees and your team, as long as it's not put in writing, where it will go to court. So
and Ursula, I know in our earlier email conversations, you had said that you were tired of being dismissed as somebody's tech illiterate grandma, and you are in an industry that has not been known to be friendly to female workers, and then you add on the added benefit of being an older female worker. How has that been for you?
It's been something of a roller coaster. I've been primarily an academic, and I think the story that I can lend, yes, ditto, been there, experienced that. But the interesting one for me is 10 years ago when the big mobile boom happened. Some people encouraged me, because I have a reputation in the game industry, start a company. And so I did. And so I started walking into angel investor and VC organizations and open houses and the rest of it. And one person actually came out and said, look, you're working with your 20-year-old son. Okay, so you're the tech and he's the writer, but why don't you have him promote the company rather than you? And that was 10 years ago. And that's still what I'm struggling with. Riversound has never gotten a penny of investment. And, you know, we have our ups and downs, and we've been sitting on a couple contracts through COVID, hoping they open up over the next couple of weeks. The other one that I did mention is that what's hard for me is walking into a classroom where I've got 30 years of coding experience and teaching experience and interactive experience, and having a 19-year-old boy override, and I use the boy literally, override my recommendation for how a young woman should solve a particular problem in my class. And I think that's where the ageism really comes in. And when I check in with my colleagues who are in their 60s and 70s, we're all experiencing that. The media says that you have to be 19 in order to be a whiz kid programmer. And Rita, I know exactly what you went through. Okay, there are such prejudices about what it means to be technically sophisticated. And so when I get on the phone now to troubleshoot whatever, the first thing I say is, are you a robot? And when they say no, I say, okay, I have a PhD in computer science and artificial intelligence. Now, this is the problem. And if they aren't reading from a script, they'll pay attention to me. But if they're reading from a script, they hang up and we start over. So.
I'm laughing, but it really, I mean, I'm laughing because there's nothing else to do, but it's very familiar to me as well. I'm really, really tired of people telling me how to use the internet, as an early adopter. Of course, it's a shame that you have to introduce yourself like that on the phone, and you have to state your credentials before anyone will even listen to you, and not everyone has to do that. And you brought up the COVID employment situation. This is something, of course, that everyone is worried about right now. But I think in particular, there is a serious concern among women, older women in the workforce who have lost their jobs, as so many people have right now. How do you make yourself stand out when there is a time when we can all go back to work and get our jobs back? How do you make yourself stand out as an older woman? And in your case, Rita, as you had mentioned before, you've got the trifecta, older Black woman in the workforce. How do you make yourself stand out over a number of other job candidates who might be cheaper to hire? That's always a big consideration. So Rita, you want to start with that?
Well, one thing that I've learned in my career is networking. It's all about who knows you versus who you know. So I have built a strong network over the years, and I reach out every now and then to my contacts. And I think that helps me to stand out because they know other people that can help me in whatever my endeavors are, whether it's in the business or trying to look for other jobs, or even in some of my business ventures that I am looking into now, just in case something does happen in the, in the next few months.
Helen, what's your advice on that?
Well, I think Rita's absolutely correct. Networking is so critical, and people underestimate the value of it and sometimes are intimidated by it. But it's really a matter of, as Rita said, again, making connections, taking interest in other people, and making them aware of what you bring to the table. And many times, older women, when they're trying to change careers or change their path or forced to, they really don't sit down and think about everything they've done, right, and what their experience is and what they bring to the table. And they really need to, number one, identify that, present that to make them stand out. And they also need to not give employers the opportunity to mark them as a certain age, either through putting the year of their degrees or putting it on LinkedIn. I mean, things as simple as that really can make a difference.
Ursula, do you want to chime in here?
Same thing. I've actually luxuriated in my gorgeous woods because I dove into a couple of projects. Keep your fingers crossed. We're hoping to hear from one next week. It's mostly about who you know and how you present yourself. The one thing I'd like to put in there is that when I've been applying for different kinds of consulting jobs or short-term coding jobs, I am a full stack coder. Presumably they're rare. My resume, my 18-page academic resume, does not work with the automated LinkedIn. It was hysterical. There was one that actually took all of my teaching positions and thought they were college degrees. So there's some of that. And so again, I've circumvented it sometimes and gone straight to the HR email address and said, hey, my resume doesn't work on your automated thing. Can we talk? And that's paid off.
Yeah.
So, it's also just having the confidence in yourself. Yes, full disclosure. I wake up every other morning, not every morning, every other morning, go, oh my God, am I ever going to have a contract again? And I will.
So, when you're working in an office environment, it's not like you have people coming up to you and telling you, you're old, you're useless. They don't say that to your face, but there's what people like to call unconscious bias, which I really hate that term because it's not unconscious, it's careless bias. And I wonder if Rita, you could talk about how to identify and address some of those careless biases that go on in a corporate setting, and what you should do about it. When you see this happening over and over again, what are the steps you should take?
Well, I'm sorry, I put myself on mute real quick. First of all, I think you shouldn't just automatically be necessarily offended because the person that's with
Rita, I think you went back on mute. Rita, I think you're back on mute. Can anyone hear? Helen, can you hear Rita?
No.
Okay, I thought it was maybe just me.
No.
Okay. No, can't hear you yet. We'll go. There you go.
Now, you go. Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Rita. Can you hear us?
She's back.
All right, let's skip to.
Can you guys hear
Helen.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us? No. All right, let's go to Helen. Helen, would you tackle that question?
Well, I think that you need to address those issues in a workplace, and you need to also document, unfortunately. But some of the ways that employers can combat that is by creating cross-generational teams, which are very important both for the older employees to really connect with the younger and vice versa. Another thing is a mentorship program where, again, the older employees then are highly valued because they have the subject matter expertise, they have the ability to lead, and it shows. But when you are unfortunately in an environment where you are aware of the implicit bias, I think that you do need to, again, address it, whether it's with HR or with your manager. You need to address it and try to have it nipped in the bud, so to speak.
So I see Abby and Sarah are on. I'm wondering if that means that we need to take questions now.
Jane, can I make one comment?
Yes, please.
What might be happening to Rita is that the software is not picking up her turn, because as soon as one of us pops, she loses the connection, and I don't know whether it's her computer or her beautiful voice that it doesn't notice her voice. Could we just try something real quick before questions? Can either you or one of the tech people mute the rest of us, and let's see whether Rita can talk?
Abby, can you do that?
Yeah, give me just a second.
And let's see whether Rita can talk, and I'm going to be quiet.
Okay.
All right.
Hello?
I'm not sure we can troubleshoot this right now.
Hello?
There she is. Can you hear us? She couldn't hear us. That was the other problem. Abby, do you have questions for us?
Well, yeah, actually, quite a few questions have been coming up in the Q&A. So we only have a few minutes left, but I'd love to kind of dive into a few of them. So one of the questions that I see here from Christina asks, what recommendations do you have for older female leaders in organizations for combating ageism from within and as a woman in the middle of their life and career?
I'd like to jump in on that one. I'm a very angry puppy. And what I've learned in a number of situations is don't let it show. Breathe, get past it, figure out what your resources are, cut your battles. And I'm very upfront. I walk up to people and I say, will you still need me? Will you still feed me when and then you can figure out how old I am. It changes the tone. I also try very hard not to be people's mother or grandmother, and that helps. And it doesn't matter whether you're 40 or whether you're 65 or anywhere in between. I have a very good friend who's 82 and is the most amazing, amazing professional I have met in a long time. And she just doesn't admit it, that she's old. But she does come up to you and say, hi, I'm 84, 82. She lies a little bit. So.
I love that advice. Don't be everyone's mother and grandmother. And it's really for those of us. My husband and I have 4 children and 9 grandchildren, and it is very hard not to be somebody's mother.
Can I add one thing there with that comment? Right now, I am a manager of almost 100 practitioners. And of course, all of them are pretty much younger than me. And they also look at me as like, don't be someone's mother or grandmother. And they come, I guess they feel comfortable enough to come to me and ask all sorts of questions outside of work and that deal with work. So that's one struggle that I'm working with now, to try to wing the person off without being offensive or them thinking that I don't care, which I do care. It's just that it needs to be more of a work-related situation, questions.
It's super tricky.
I think too, if I can just add, and it was mentioned earlier, as a female leader and facing an age issue, you need to be very confident in yourself. You need to really examine what your skills are and what your abilities are, and then face whatever you're facing in the workplace with that confidence that I am valuable. I am important to be here.
Do you have another question?
Let's do one more in the last minute, and then we're going to have to wrap up pretty quick. A question from Ginger. In your experience, is it usually both ageism and sexism? Or do you observe that older men are experiencing similar treatment, particularly in the tech world?
I want to jump in there because I have a number of male friends who are grandpas in their physique, and they suffer from the same discrimination that I do, is that we're deliberate. The vocabulary sometimes goes, ooh, okay. And so long as I take a deep breath and keep moving and don't try to be 20, I do well, and so do they.
Great, good answer. All right.
Yeah, I think men do face it as well, but women face it more than men do, statistically.
Okay, are we out of time, Abby?
We are at time. Thank you all so much. This is This has been a really very interesting conversation. I know for me personally, I saw a lot of activity in the chat. I know this resonated with a lot of people. So I really appreciate you all coming on and talking about this. It's so important. And yeah, I just really appreciate all of your time and talking this through.
Thank you. Thank you all. Enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So before I get to introducing our next folks, I just want to go through a couple of our routine reminders, some routine housekeeping before we move along. So a couple things. As a reminder to everyone, you are on the inclusion track, and we're very happy to have you here. However, don't forget that you can go and check out the other tracks that we have going on today. Future of Work, Impact, Engineering. We have phenomenal speakers across all of them. But like I said, we're very happy to have you here as well. Also, something to just keep in mind, if the summit is the first time you've had a chance to connect with us at Power to Fly, something you should know, we do daily virtual chats. Well, not almost daily. We like to take the weekends off, but join us on virtual chats. We'd love to see you after the summit. We'd love to bring you into the fold of the Power to Fly community, and we're just so happy that you're here with us this week. A couple other things to note for this presentation: you will be, your camera will be off, your audio will be off. However, we'd still love to hear from you, so feel free to throw your comments in the chat, your questions in the Q&A. And we'll get to as many of them as possible. If you have any types of tech issues, please feel free to contact me or my colleague Sarah, and we'll help you as best as we can. If you're looking for credits for SHRM, check the top left corner. There's a code there that you can use to redeem your professional development credits. And for everyone, please take a moment to check out the code of conduct in the chat. Just want to ensure that this is a good experience for everyone. Super important. One other thing I'd like to add is I'd like to take a moment to thank Littler for supporting the work that we've put into Diversity Reboot 2020. And, coming up in our next talk, we have Jacqueline Koch and Margaret Purnell Hogan, both shareholders at Littler. We're going to be talking about keeping it legal, workplace rights in the age of COVID. So Jackie, Margaret, I'm happy to pass it off to both of you. I know you have some slides prepared. So, like I said, happy to pass it off. And then if it works, I can kind of jump back on camera towards the end to start going through some questions.
That sounds great. Sounds great.
Passing it over.
All right. I will see if I can't get this shared now. Look at that. It worked. And so thank you everyone for joining Margaret and I. As soon as I get my screen to work properly here, we are going to talk to you about what I think has been the most asked questions in the last few weeks. I know with COVID, everyone ran home and there was a flurry of regulations. There was been just a flurry of activity in the last 3 months. And so what Margaret and I really wanted to focus on is the things that today you need to be thinking about as people are coming back into the office and coming back to work. So there's a better picture of me, but here's our contact information. If anyone has questions you don't get a chance to ask during our session today, or just because we run out of time, please feel free. There's both our email addresses and phone numbers. We are happy to try to answer them and keep things moving along. And if you can't reach Margaret, I think sometimes we have an interchangeable brain on some of these topics. So with that, we have kind of an aggressive agenda. Here's what we're going to try to cover for you today, which is leave considerations, what your employees are going to be looking for and thinking about, and what does that mean for you? For those of you that have had employees out on furlough and you've had them out maybe laid off, how do we bring them back? How do we handle screening? How do we handle all the accommodations that different people are going to need for different things? And then obviously, what's coming at us on the litigation side, which I will tell you, as of this morning, I got a COVID-related demand letter. So it's all very new. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Margaret. Just one quick thing. You all heard me talking. I went to law school in New York. So like half your panelists, I'm going to talk fast and quickly, mainly so we can get through everything. But now I will leave things to Margaret to talk about leave considerations.
And since a lot of you are in New York, I will say good afternoon to you. If there's anybody on the West Coast, good morning too. But so some of the things that you want to make sure you are considering here are some of the basics. And because this is an inclusion track, a lot of you may have some HR and employment law background. For those that don't, I just want to zip through this pretty quickly. Obviously, for background here, the Family Medical Leave Act covers those companies that have 50 employees within 75 miles of a work site, provides 12 weeks, of unpaid leave, unless the company has a different policy, and there has to be a qualifying reason for the leave. There's a list here. As employment lawyers, we can tell you that qualifying reason can be, even though it seems clear, can be complicated because you see serious health condition. So that's sort of the background that's important for the flurry of COVID-19 related federal and state legislation that's come through. The Family First Coronavirus Response Act, or FFCRA, is one of the first and one of the most complex. It requires that employers extend paid sick leave and paid FMLA leave to employees under certain circumstances. That went out, is effective April 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, but we are seeing in the states at least that has been extended in certain instances. Then of course we jump to the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, and this again provides very specific reasons for eligibility where an employer must provide paid sick leave if their employees satisfy these 6 categories. And again, what's important, and some of the questions we see coming in, and again, Jackie and I represent employers, are people not reading the fine print and not realizing that even though it says emergency paid sick leave, it often isn't at a full paid level. It's not. It's a little bit like short-term disability. You think that's going to be a full, you're out on disability leave at your full pay, but that's not the case. So education of your employees is really, really important. And Jackie, I think you still have control. Is that right?
I do.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. Good thing. So diving in a little bit to the EPSL, the employee paid sick leave. This is what I'm talking about. So as you see here, 2 weeks for your own sickness is at 100% pay, but with caps. So your more highly compensated employees, or if you're one of them, you're going to probably be capped out, right? Other care is not at full pay. And I think that's an important distinction. And that may be something that you'll need to educate your employees so that they don't have a rude awakening when they get their paycheck. So then when we go into the EFMLA, the Emergency Family Medical Leave Act, that's providing 12 weeks of partially paid leave. This is a striking change. For years, the FMLA was signed into law, I believe it was by President Bill Clinton. So it's been around for quite some time, but it's always been unpaid. And this is something that you really employers have to get their brains around, that previously, while tracking FMLA leave was hard, because for a lot of different reasons, you didn't have to worry about it being paid. It's now at least partially paid. And so it's, while that can certainly be a positive, and we're not suggesting that it isn't a positive for those employees, we also look at it from the employer's standpoint where they have to now factor in that cost, whereas previously they didn't. And on getting it again, I told you the qualifying reasons were pretty laid out under the FMLA. Under the EFMLA, it's providing a reason that really wasn't present before. And Jackie and I work in a very large law firm with lots of colleagues who have very young children. So thankfully for Jackie and I, our kids are, I'll speak for mine, bratty teenagers. But
mine are loud teenagers. If you hear them in the background, I'm trying not to.
Yeah, me too. Hopefully not. I bribe them with more screen time. But this is something, again, where it is a recognition of the fact that even if you're teleworking, if you've got very young children, like an infant, toddler, you may not be able to work. And this specific passage is a nod to that. In terms of things, and again, accommodations for disability are, that's a day in itself. But one thing that is important to consider here is it really is on a case-by-case basis, and you need to make sure that the employees that you have, or if you're one of them, that are taking in those requests, that you really encourage everyone to make sure that the conversation, the interactive process is the thing. It doesn't mean that you absolutely have to provide the accommodation, but you have to have the conversation, and then you need to document it. And again, in a nod to New York City, remember that you, under New York City law, you are required to engage in that cooperative dialogue that's defined under the New York City law. So again, under the ADA, you have to have a conversation and you need to document it, but in New York City, you need to be particularly careful. In terms of that paid sick leave, this places an additional burden on your payroll, but you got, so HR and payroll, to the extent they're different organizations or different groups within your organization, make sure they're talking to each other. Jackie and I both do a bunch of wage and hour litigation and the payroll stub, and HR and payroll not talking to each other is often the cause of a lot of litigation. Just because, no bad intentions, the right hand's not talking to the left hand. So you want to make sure that payroll is getting notification of qualifying paid sick leave so that pay can be adjusted as necessary. And so you have to make sure that you pay attention both on the federal level, but then again, as you see, we've got all sorts of jurisdictions that also before COVID had paid sick leave. And we have partners here that specialize just in that because it is so incredibly complicated that you know, Jackie and I don't have the time and energy to keep up with that, but thankfully we have partners that do. But the other thing to consider on this is I got notification right before, literally 30 minutes before this presentation started, that Colorado's legislature just passed an update to the COVID paid sick leave by adding in a non-COVID paid sick leave act that will start January of 2021. So there, you'll hear us talk quite a bit about how this will impact other areas, and that's one of them. Legislation that didn't get traction before is going to almost certainly get traction now. And now, turn it over.
Margaret's point, I think a lot of the legislation we're seeing on paid sick, I know New York passed it, California has gone crazy with cities and states, and a lot of it's set to expire with COVID, but I think what we're seeing is a trend where a lot of it won't, and you're going to need to keep an eye on that because your employees will know, and they will be asking for it. And with that, I guess we'll turn to furlough recall, because I know a lot of people, whether they wanted to or not, you had to shut down your offices. You had to close things up. A lot of that meant you had to get employees out on furlough. And the thing we need to think about today is, as we bring these people back to work, how are we going to do that? I mean, in general, let's think about this. We want our employees to be comfortable at work. If people are nervous, they're afraid they're going to get sick, they're going to be distracted, they're going to be less efficient. And probably because a lot of people don't want to wear masks, they don't want to wear gloves, they don't want to do some of the things that we need to do right now. They may not do those things, and then you're going to make other people feel unsafe. So first thing to think about is when you're calling people and saying, we're getting the office reopened, we want you back, what do you do, or how do you approach it if an employee says, I don't want to return? And there's a couple of things. One is, of course, you don't have to pay somebody that refuses to return to work, right? If they're not working, you don't have to, putting aside what Margaret said about paid sick, unless that applies, we don't have to pay them. You also don't need to let them take paid time off or vacation that's not paid sick unless you choose to. You can, if you'd like to, let them use that, let them use it up, and then it'll be gone. You don't have to carry it on your books. The employee gets paid a little longer. It's usually a win-win, but that's a business decision you can make, because I know a lot of people have had financial impacts because of COVID. And then depending on the reason the person doesn't want to return, you can think about letting them go and replacing them. But before you do that, I always think it's important to say, let's take a step back and make sure that we can. As Margaret just said, we've got to think about, is there paid sick requirements that we need to give the person time off, paid time off? Does the FFCRA or EPSL, because employment lawyers love acronyms. Neither of these are great, by the way. I like things like WARN. But do they meet any of those reasons? So we need to give them more time off. Then we need to think about the ADA. Do they qualify for an accommodation under the state or federal law? And is that accommodation of extended leave time while we wait to see when we get a vaccine or a safer work conditions? Does that apply? Allowing people to continue to telework in right jobs certainly is a valid accommodation. It's one we're going to have to think about more and more. If we have employees that refuse to return to work and they don't have any good reason, they just don't want to come back because they're uncomfortable, they should, by the way, be disqualified from getting unemployment. That is something that the employee needs to think about. And it's probably something you need to think about as a cost function. But then again, this is very state by state. There are some states out there right now that are saying, if you don't feel like coming back because you're uncomfortable, you're worried you're going to get sick, that's good enough for us. We'll go ahead and qualify you for unemployment. Here's an example. So let's say I've asked someone, employee refuses to turn to work. We ask them if there's an underlying reason. They say yes, maybe they get paid sick. If not, we can tell them, look, if you don't come back, I may have to let you go. You may not get unemployment. Are you sure you don't want to come back? If they still say no, I will often look at the workplace and say, can I give that person kind of a 30-day grace period to say, I'm going to give you a little bit of time. You're not going to get paid for this time, but to see if you can get more comfortable. You can see what we're doing. You can talk to people that are back in the office. And then if at the end of that, you still won't come back, then we're going to have to think about moving on. Again, you don't have to do that, but I think that really gives you a chance to say, I've worked through any potential underlying issues. I've dealt with the paid sick, and I'm not jumping too quickly to letting people go. Because maybe they've been a good employee, but they're just very nervous. Because maybe they've got a father who lives with them that's 87 years old, and they're worried that if he gets sick, it won't turn out well.
Jackie, on the unemployment thing, the one thing I wanted to throw out there is and you and I have talked about this, is that a lot of, for employment attorneys who've been around, this is very similar to 2008, 2009 with the recession.
Yeah.
And at the beginning of that, the unemployment schemes in every state were operating as normal, which is extremely employee friendly, extremely lending towards the idea that they will get unemployment. But as more and more people filed for unemployment, those schemes became bankrupt. And so it became much harder. So again, that doesn't mean that as an employer, you need to do anything differently in how you deal with it, but be prepared that your employees may not get unemployment where they did before.
And I think that's right, because a lot of the people I've been talking with, during the last 3 months about laying people off, one of the things everyone's thinking about is, if I have to furlough this person, will they get unemployment because I can't afford to keep paying them and we want to do the right thing? And right now with the CARES Act supplement, I think there's a lot of discussion about people making more money sitting at home on unemployment than coming to work. And it's making it harder to get people back in some cases, depending on the job. And so it is something you really want to be able to tell people intelligently. We think you'll get it, you may not. Be aware of that as you're planning whether or not you're willing to come back. The next kind of thing to think about is, who do I call first? You want to look at your policies, your handbook. If you've got collective bargaining agreements, they may tell you how you have to do it. And one of the questions I think Margaret and I and a lot of our colleagues are getting is, well, can I call back my low risk people first? If they're healthy, they don't have any conditions, and they're young, I'll call them back first. Because if they get sick, great, they'll recover. But I will tell you, that is a very dangerous thing to do, because that invites discrimination claims on the basis of age and pregnancy. And as I mentioned, I think at the beginning of this call, literally this morning, one of my clients who's in Boston didn't call someone back because she's 7 months pregnant. That's not why they didn't call her back, but the employee happens to be 7 months pregnant. And we've already gotten a pregnancy discrimination claim about that. So these are real possibilities. And is there defenses? Sure, because maybe if I'm high risk of a COVID infection, that's a reasonable factor other than age for not bringing them back. Or perhaps if somebody has a compromised immune system, they have rheumatoid arthritis, bringing them in, they're more likely to get sick, more likely to spread it. Is that a direct threat to them or others? But again, beware, because what the EEOC is saying, and this is from the webinar that they held recently, that if you can show that someone wasn't called back because they're risk of COVID, that's discrimination. I guarantee you, the plaintiff's bar has read this. I guarantee you people will find plaintiff's lawyers that will file the claim or send a demand letter to you. So when you're making your decisions, I think the best approach is call people back based on how you would call them back, right? If you do seniority, great. That's the easiest. It's objective. It's pretty hard to challenge someone saying I've called them back by first in, first out. But also I always think about, you have to run your business first. So do we call people by merit? And by merit, I think about the skills I need the most because I might be short-staffed right now. I think about the people who have been rock stars since the day I hired them. They're always there. They're the people who exceed it, knock it out of the park all the time. Can I call them back first versus my people that maybe are on a performance improvement plan that I'm always struggling with? And those are all appropriate ways to go about recall. But I want to make sure you think about it and be as objective as possible in how you approach it. If it's seniority, great, that's easy. If it's merit and skills, then let's identify. Let's put together a plan that says these are the skills I need. And I'm going to then go to performance levels, and then I'm going to look at their reviews, and here's what I'm going to do, and then follow that. The other thing that I would think about, and for those of you that have done RIFs and layoffs before, when I say adverse impact analysis, you know what I mean. It's basically a statistical review of your workforce that says, based on how I'm calling people back, am I giving preference to any particular group? And does that, by summary, do I also mean that there's a particular protected group I'm not treating as well? When I look at that, does it say, boy, you are not calling back your women as quickly. You are not calling back people that are over age 60, and it looks like you're discriminating against them. If you're concerned that the criteria you picked, because they're maybe not completely objective, are leading to this, I would think about doing that kind of analysis first. I always recommend you do it through counsel so that it's privileged. And if you have not great results, you have a chance to relook at it before you jump in. And then I guess I've covered most of this already, but make sure you have that internal document. Make sure you have an operational need if you're doing it based on merit and position. And you can explain, this is why I called Jackie back, but not Margaret. And then when you're transitioning employees from active to furloughed or extending their furlough, be thinking about, if I am bringing someone in back and I'm transitioning them to a new role, have I moved them from exempt to non-exempt? A lot of employees think that moving to a non-exempt role where they're no longer getting a salary, they're being paid by the hour, is a step down. They might think you've demoted them. So make sure you talk about that. And also think about, if the person is going to say, boy, my new role or my new job duties are almost punitive, is that going to be a basis of final discrimination? And then if you're extending furloughs, also be mindful of final pay requirements. A lot of states, think California, think Oregon, if my furlough is going to go more than 30 days, that's considered like a termination. I have to owe them accrued PTO, I owe them final wages, I owe all those things. So be very aware of the state and local laws in areas where you might be extending furloughs. Now, let's talk about when you actually get people back. Temperature checks and screening. I don't know about Margaret, but this has probably been where I've had the most questions in the last month. And we have the CDC guidelines out there saying it's an optional strategy that you keep, barriers, and we do temperature screenings and we do health checks. But I will tell you, it's not optional in most places. To make it more complicated right now, because I know everybody here is in a lot of different places, what's happening varies based on state, based on city, based on county. And so you need to be really cognizant of where you are. We have a number of states that are requiring you to conduct regular checks on people, and I've got a list of examples here. And then in much smaller print, because there's so many more, are states that are requiring some type of health screening as you bring people back. And you can see almost everyone, and some of it's industry specific, some of it's general. And then also there's OSHA out there saying you need to keep people safe. You have a general duty, and then there's some specific requirements. And then think about it. For example, New York, again, I'm picking on them because I know a lot of you are there. Anyone that's reopening has to have a mandatory health screen that includes giving a questionnaire that they will literally fill out. You must save that questionnaire. You have to do it every day, and you have to do a temperature check. That raises questions, by the way, under the Americans with Disabilities Act about how you store that information. You need to limit access. You don't want to put it in the personnel file. So you need to think about who's going to see this information, who's going to have access to it. How am I going to do it every day without having long lines? And by the way, if people have to wait for their screenings, remember, you've got to pay that time. That's probably going to be compensable in most places. And the other thing I will warn you is Margaret and I literally get, I think every day, sometimes twice a day, an email from some of our knowledge management attorneys that are keeping on top of the changes saying, here's what's new today. And it has a list of anywhere from, I think the longest one I've seen is 20, Margaret will correct me, states that have changed or added new regulations in a single day about reopening requirements. So you really need to stay on top of this and what's happening in the cities and states where you operate. There's also contact tracing requirements. When you have someone that has tested positive, the CDC is recommending, and I will tell you, your employees are also going to expect this, that you are taking steps to keep them safe. And so one of the ways you do that is you try to trace. If I find out someone in my workplace was positive, I want to think about who were they in close contact with, who else might they have infected. And I've got to do some basic tracing so that I can tell other people, you may have been exposed, you should stay home. If I don't do any of that, how do I keep other employees safe? And you can see in bold, I put, you can instruct people to stay home without doing contact tracing. And the simple answer, if somebody asked me the other day going, well, of course you could. And I was like, how? You won't know who they came in contact with. It's a very practical issue, right? If I don't know who they came in contact with, I can't tell you to stay home because you might have contracted COVID. So you want to direct people that have been in close contact to self-quarantine for 14 days. You can't tell them, by the way, to sit in their house. You can't issue a stay-at-home order, but you can tell them they can't be in your workplace for 14 days. When you're performing the contact tracing, the EOC still does not allow us to disclose the identity of the person who is positive, but you can go and look at where that person is, where do they work, who did they come in contact with, and then you don't, if someone says, well, who had it, who gave it to me, you don't share that name. And then the other thing that's come up is the time that people are spending on these temperature checks, the health questionnaires, the testing. Is it compensable? You know, let's think about it for a minute. Under federal law, if I ask somebody to do a quick self-questionnaire at home, or I ask them to take their temperature at home before they come in, that's probably not compensable. That's probably considered a preliminary de minimis time issue. But there are places out there where that is not going to be considered de minimis, that effectively ignored that. And here, I think under federal law, again, probably not going to be considered compensable unless you tell them to come into work and do it there, and then they have to wait in line. And that's going to be considered probably part of their workday. So think about it like if I have people waiting to come through security, that can be covered. Many states follow federal law, and you don't have to worry about this. Other states have statutes that are pretty much like federal law, and again, probably not compensable time. But then you get into the states like Colorado, where Margaret is, or California, which is difficult to say the least, that in fact explicitly say this time has to be compensated. And then we've got other people that it's a little gray. So one of the things I'm always telling people to think about is as you're doing all these things to get your workplace ready, and we're thinking about screening, we're thinking about temperature checks, we're thinking about sending people out for testing, where am I? Do I need to pay for that time? Do I want the employee to do it home so that they don't waste an hour and a half driving through LA traffic to get to the office? Or do I want them to get there first and then do it? And one of the things to think about is if you're in one of these states, Arkansas, California, Colorado, where it's pretty clear to us that the time spent on the screening is compensable, if I have them do it at home, if I have the employee do it at home, will that render the commute compensable? And the answer is probably yes, if you're in one of those states. And so that those states, if I don't want to have to pay for that hour and a half drive across LA, I may not want them to do the checks until they come to work. Now the employee might do it on their own, and that's okay. I would encourage it, but you don't want them to go through and fill out forms for you. The other question that comes up kind of on the wage and hour front is donning and doffing. You usually hear about this in like the meat processing areas and things where you're dealing with food, but is don and doffing protective equipment? Is that compensable time? And the answer for masks, I will tell you, is generally probably not, because it takes 2 seconds to put it on. But what if I wear a reusable mask and I take it home and I do laundry? Is my time spent washing it? And again, here's the answer. I hate to tell you this, but it depends. Depends on where you are. In those states where I have to pay for temperature checks and health screening, that's probably compensable time. If I just give everyone disposable masks, I probably don't have to worry about it. And then the question becomes, what if I decide in my workplace, because of where I am, I'm going to say wearing masks is voluntarily. We're going to encourage, but we're not going to make it. If you do that, then obviously the time spent with people getting masks, putting them on, cleaning them, that's all voluntary. You don't have to worry about paying for it. But I will tell you, you'll probably have other employees that are very uncomfortable working next to someone who's not wearing a mask. You should also have a policy on this that employees are aware of on the face coverings. Address donning and doffing, address accommodations for people. For example, there's some people with religious issues with wearing a beard. A mask covers that. That's going to be a problem for them. We have employees, deaf employees that maybe lip read. If people are wearing masks around them, they can't. We have to address those kind of religious and disability accommodations on a single basis. Each individual, you got to talk to them, think about their position. What can you do? What can't you do? And I think the most important part of that conversation is having it, actually engaging in that interactive process, deciding what makes sense for that person, and then moving on. For example, if I can't wear a beard, if I can't wear a face covering, can I work remotely? That would be a reasonable accommodation, both the religious and for a disability. But it may not work for some jobs. If somebody works in a manual labor job, they need to be there. So what else can we do? I've seen people use shields. I've seen people have somebody work 20 feet away from everybody else instead of 6. There are options out there, but you need to really work through them in a way that makes sense with your work environment. And then also think about what type of discipline are we going to impose on people that just don't do it? I mean, I think we've all at this point walked through a store and seen somebody with their mask hanging off one ear instead of on their face properly, or they keep it below their nose because they say it makes them hot. What are you going to do for people that don't wear it correctly? You know, I would recommend you give them a warning or two before you jump to anything really severe, because this is a new environment for people and something they have to get used to. But again, think about that, make it clear, kind of have a one size fits all. And then I'll tell you, by the way, when you're thinking about recommending, requiring, making it voluntary, again, be aware that there are all sorts of variety. California alone, you can see on here my list of places that require face coverings, the places that recommend it. And it's not just California. Most jurisdictions, you'll see the list on the slide now, have some requirement. And it may be industry specific, it may be county specific, but almost everywhere has something out there, so you should be aware of what it is. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Margaret to talk about non-leave accommodations, something besides time off.
Yes. So and just as I walk in, I'm keeping an eye on the side. If you're watching my eyes, I'm looking over at the chat. And I do see some questions coming in. We're going to try to weave them in as we can and answer some of those as we go through here. I do see that yes, there's some questions about furloughs, and there's some questions about that. I'll just say generally, and then we'll get to some of the specifics at the end, is that when you're asking about furlough questions, those, a lot of these would be solved. A lot of the questions coming up, I think, will be solved by having objective and written criteria for your furloughs. Because a lot of the questions I'm seeing, I understand the question, the concern, but having an objective written criteria is going to help you a lot. So as with a lot of these things, these non-leave issues are related to disability issues. And interestingly, as we see, employers can require masks and gloves. And as Jackie just pointed out, there's several states and counties and cities that are requiring or recommending it. But if you are requiring it, you have, as an employer, you're going to have to provide those masks and give them some instruction on proper use and disposal. Otherwise, you run in particular on the proper use and disposal, you'll run into a bunch of federal and state OSHA issues because they'll be considered PPE. But one interesting thing that we've seen anecdotally from our clients is that even as certain states reopened, employers were allowed to reopen, they couldn't necessarily because of supply chain problems, right? So if we are having to provide masks and gloves, what if we can't? What if we haven't been able to get them? Every day that I go every time I go in the grocery store and I see hand sanitizer there, it's like the rest of my day is the best day ever because there's actually hand sanitizer back. So those issues that we face as consumers, employers are facing it tenfold because they've got to make sure they are providing the necessary information. And then again, we have to, as Jackie just sort of alluded to, we have to provide accommodations as necessary, or at least have the conversation if there's a medical condition that prevents them from wearing the mask. And a lot of the state and local ordinances do address that an employer has a right to have those variations even when it's required. But one thing also to consider, and Jackie just alluded to it with the hearing impaired employees, but also I've heard from clients and in my own community for those that have diagnosed anxiety, and they have panic attacks when they have legitimate panic attacks when they wear those masks. So you can agree or disagree about it, but those are, as an employer, that is something you're going to have to consider. If we can go to the next one, Jackie. Sorry. Thank you. So in terms of, and again, Jackie and I've talked about this a lot, and we've talked a lot with our colleagues. Requests for accommodation often fall into work from home. And there are a lot of positions that the case law, even the EEOC was on employer side and said, well, yeah, of course, it's an essential function to be in the workplace. And if something's an essential function, it means that you almost certainly don't have an ability or an obligation to accommodate. What we have found through this pandemic is that a lot of jobs have been able to work from home that previously were thought not able to do so. Secretaries, even receptionists, frankly, have been able to, if the company has the right setup, technology speaking, have been able to do it. And so those arguments, and were very legitimate because people did believe that they couldn't do it, are now undermined. And so an employer has to, post-pandemic, which I hope is sometime soon, an employer needs to be prepared to explain why working from home is not effective and possible when that position was work from home during the pandemic. And one way to get about that is to the extent you had an adamant, no exception telework policy, you should probably work some wiggle room in there now. Because you have to, again, have the conversation. The interactive process is the key. It doesn't mean you have to accommodate, but it means that you have to have the conversation. And we strongly encourage that you not dig in and say it's not possible when you have done it previously. Again, you may have very good reasons about why it's not ideal and you don't want to provide it as a permanent accommodation, but you'll need to adjust your response generally. And so what's some examples? Employee says, I want to work from home. And HR legitimately says, why is that? That's part of the interactive process. And the employee says, I'm scared. I think I'm going to get sick. We certainly see that come in. And your response really should be, as we've listed it here, assure them, tell them that you are following all safety and health guidelines and there's no current hazard in the workplace, but make sure that you don't end the conversation there. You still need to address their concerns. And I think it's, again, an employer that doesn't do that is a reckless one at this point. And to the extent you have in your workplace non-HR people responding to requests, really make sure you're doing some training right now on how they should be accommodating. And again, you have to make sure that it still has to be based on a disability for these ADA claims, Americans with Disability Act, and engage in that conversation. But remember, what you could do in 2019, you very well may be unsuccessful in 2020. I saw in the chat here a reference to PTSD, and I think a lot of our employees have that. They are I don't know one person who hasn't been scared. I'll raise my hand. I've been scared. And I don't like when people get too close to me. I didn't like, to be candid, I didn't like it before. But now I really don't like it. And so again, you have to still treat those requests, even though you may not personally think that's reasonable, you need to treat a request for an accommodation that maybe exceeds what the requirements are as a potential reasonable accommodation. So that's really more of the ADA piece. Now, again, you heard me talk about 2008, 2009. This message from the EEOC, the EEOC chair, Janet Dillon, really reminded me of what we dealt with right after 9/11. Right after 9/11, we saw a sharp uptick in national origin and religious discrimination claims for Muslim Americans. It absolutely was a real thing, and Chair Dillon's statement was appropriate because that absolutely has been happening, and this is something that we need to be watching out for in the same way that you treat any discrimination or harassment claim, but be very aware that this is a very real possibility, and based on past experience, it's going to happen. So, and as an employment law only law firm, we've been looking at what we think will be happening, and we absolutely know that we're going to have a very sharp uptick in class actions based on COVID-19 in a lot of different areas, frankly. Since Jackie and I are both class action attorneys, that's good.
We pay too much attention.
Yeah. That you guys might read, something more fun. We read we read reports about about OSHA, which, by the way, is probably the least fun of employment law. But as I mentioned, OSHA is one of the Occupational Safety and Health Agency is one of the most active agencies right now. They are going to get a sharp uptick in whistleblower complaints. People that are something may not have happened, but they complain about a safety violation in their workplace. If they think they got fired because of it or got furloughed because of it, they're going to file a complaint. And again, just the regular old OSHA complaints are going to increase, and in fact, they already have. Again, we alluded to it, the race and national origin claims are going to be on the uptick, particularly towards Asians and Asian Americans, as well as disparate impact claims. Some of the questions about furloughs talked about, diverse talent. One of the ways you avoid that is by having a objective written criteria. Disparate impact claims, just for those of you who don't know, don't mean that you purposely treated someone because of their race. It means that you had a neutral policy that had a disparate or negative impact on one particular group.
And sorry to interrupt, Marla.
No,
this is also kind of goes to the furlough point I was making earlier, right? Like, you may not be intending to impact your Asian American population negatively, but it may be that that's not the people you're calling back from furlough. And all of a sudden you have a disparate impact there without even meaning to. This is usually I didn't mean to do it discrimination.
Right. And, Jackie and I jumped in early. We heard the end of the previous panel and they were talking about unconscious bias. That kind of is the same thing. Just because it's unconscious doesn't mean that it doesn't violate the law. And again, so retaliation, ADA, we've perceived as disabled. That's one of the things that Jackie sort of alluded to. You can't just call back the healthy people or not call someone back because they are, they've had, perhaps they were recovering from cancer. You can't have that as one of your selections. And of course, ADA collectives will also increase. I'm not sure how many of you work in unionized workforces, but again, as we deal with unions all the time in a number of different industries. But the AFL-CIO, of course, is always very vocal, and we have seen them demand that the Department of Labor, which is the enforcement agency for OSHA, they're the ones, if you're going to file an OSHA complaint, it first goes to the Department of Labor. They think that the Department of Labor has been negligent and needs to work further and faster and farther to protect those vulnerable employees. And by and large, we have seen that organizing activity is gone sharply downhill. I mean, I've been practicing for about 21 years. Jackie maybe have 2 years on me, but when we both first started practicing, way more employers were unionized. That's been going straight downhill. Now we see it coming back up, and it's, as an employment attorney, I am nerdily fascinated by this because if you look at the historical beginning of labor unions, they started in large part because of unsafe workplaces, and they were seen as protecting employees. And I see that the non-workers that are asking for organizing campaigns at their workplaces are hearkening back to that time, and they're going to see that as a way to protect their workplaces again. And big organizations like the Teamsters that are well-funded and have the right organizational, no pun intended, setup are really seizing on that, and they are, they're putting online resources. I think theirs is Solidarity is Essential, little play on words, websites for employees to help organize their workplaces. And again, for those non-employment attorneys and non-HR on the phone, Section 7, which is of the National Labor Relations Act, is seeing a sharp uptick. Again, those are that will be a complaint that goes to the National Labor Relations Board, and we're seeing an uptick in complaints for employees who are complaining about issues in their union workforce, or that is just simply covered by the NLRA, and then they were fired, disciplined, any sort of negative employment actions taken against them, and then there is a vehicle for them to seek relief and to essentially to sue the employer.
Well, I would just add to that on the Section 7 rights, that's where you hear the words, the buzzwords I always hear at least are protected concerted activity, right? And the other place I'm seeing this, which isn't COVID, but I'm just gonna, because it's happening in the world, I've seen this coming up in the last couple of weeks with some of the protests, the riots, some of those things, and what people are posting in social media. This is where if you're talking to employees and disciplining them because of what they put in their personal social media, that usually ends up being a Section 7 claim, even if you're not a union environment.
Yep.
So if somebody says my workplace is unsafe, I'm not going, those jerks, and maybe a more of an expletive, you can't discipline the person for that without running the risk of this kind of charge. And we're also seeing that now with kind of racially motivated posts that you want to discipline someone over, but you've got to be careful because of the protected concerted activity issue.
Right, and I saw, Jackie, a question that came in, that is an employee required to complain to the firm before the company before complaining to OSHA? And the answer is no, they don't have to. Obviously it's great if they do, and hopefully you have good communications with your workforce so that they will, so you can hopefully correct it. But there's no requirement, and you can't. It's not going to be subject to dismissal just because they didn't come to you first.
And I will tell you, I had a question just yesterday from a client that shall remain nameless, but it was interesting because what they were concerned about is the building that they work in doesn't meet the state level air intake and exchange requirements. And they've talked to the building management about it. They're working on getting it resolved. They had an employee who was actually on top of this and was already complaining about it. And they basically gave them, if you don't fix this in 24 hours, I'm going to OSHA, I'm going to my union. And so your employees are going to be on top of this right now.
And what I said, one other question here that asked about the reasonable accommodations in the interactive process. You definitely, it's a great question. It says, is just having a conversation, the interactive process, satisfy the ADA, and then deny the accommodation if the accommodation is reasonable? No. What I always like to stress is you don't have to agree to every accommodation if in the end it's not reasonable. But you always, even if it's an unreasonable accommodation, you always have to have the conversation. That is required. If it's a reasonable accommodation, you deny it at your peril. I mean, these are going to be, ADA claims are going to be one of the highest types of claims post-COVID.
And one of the things I think that's hard about the ADA is there's not, Margaret and I can't give you a list saying, here's things that are reasonable, here's what's unreasonable. It depends very much on the job, the workplace, and kind of your history within that job as to what you can and can't decide is unreasonable. But engaging in the process and saying, can we do that without extending us $3 million, I think is half the battle.
Right. I agree. And so just to continue along lines of just sort of the claims we anticipate we see coming down the pike, and in fact I'm going to go through a few in a few minutes where they've already been filed, the complaints already been filed, is class claims or individual ones that a reduction in force, or RIF in our lingo, because we like acronyms, as Jackie said, it violates the WARN, whether it's federal or state. And we see collectives or class claims in that regard, and we see it individually. So those have already started. Violations of the FFCRA, the FMLA, the FLSA, and HIPAA. Jackie mentioned that as we're gathering all of this data, the questionnaires, they have to be kept separately. I can't stress that enough. I have had many clients with no bad intentions not keep them separate, and that is a violation, and you need to keep them separate. That's part of the goal of HIPAA, that it protects individuals' privacy. And of course, I alluded to with WARN, many states have their own version of these things, and that's fine. So this is what I mentioned that Jackie and I mentioned. There are already, and we can jump to what we're seeing, Jackie. These claims are coming in fast and furious. We've had retaliation claims about workplace safety, we're on Sizemore. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no, works at assisted living, which is, the nursing homes have been some of the hardest hit, right? We all saw what happened in Washington State, and that was, terrifying and heartbreaking. This particular plaintiff in Oregon claimed that she was terminated after she reported a violation, and that kind of retaliation is going to be particularly bad. And in this environment, jurors and judges are going to look at this very negatively if the employers can't prove that the termination was unrelated to a complaint. And it was, she claims that she was terminated because she took sick leave and to self-quarantine. Then with the Hartish case, and these are all happening right around the time, early April, that was a retaliatory discharge claim, as well as a defamation claim, which is interesting. This is a doctor who claimed that his reputation was damaged by this. So I think you have to be very aware of the parallel or the companion state law claims that are going to come in. In terms of, we got another one in Florida, in terms of with Jones versus Life Care Centers of America. And again, that's a combination, interestingly, of actions that were taken against this employee, both pre-COVID and during COVID. And they're all getting combined into one complaint. And that is, that's being brought interestingly, under State Whistleblower Protection Act and Section 1981, which is a federal claim statute that has nothing to do with ADA. So it's we're going to see an interesting combination of that. We've also already seen FFCRA retaliation claims. All of these listed here were filed in late April. They are, with respect to Dozier, she had a previous approval from the FMLA which is an interesting one. A lot of, we heard about the non-essential surgeries that were stayed and postponed. She had approved FMLA for a surgery that fell into that. And then as soon as that happened, she then had to take FFCRA leave. And we'll have these types of claims are going to be quite complicated, and it will be, the record keeping for employers is going to be critical to show, okay, yes, no, it wasn't a retaliation for FFCRA, it wasn't retaliation for FMLA, and here's all my paperwork to show. I hope that's the case, but again, as a longtime defense attorney, employers often do everything right, but may not document it correctly. So these will be interesting.
I guarantee you, by the way, these claims will also have an ADA and a state ADA component to them. They always do.
Yeah, if they haven't been done, if they haven't been now, they will be amended. A lot of these seem to be, when I looked at the filing dates, are someone that was racing to the courthouse. Not sure why, because it really wasn't a statute of limitations, but and it may have been used for effect in terms of pressure on the employer. But we do want to make sure that that they are that you have documented as well as possible the good efforts that you've taken to protect the employees and to protect the workforce. And again, I think one thing that we see, in the on the ENIN, I think if that's how you pronounce it, a financial aid officer who was furloughed, you need to make sure you're providing the complete explanation. It's possible that in this instance, the full explanation wasn't given to the financial aid officer. Those are the things we see. Some of these things aren't new. They're not unique. They're just in a new environment. And again, I talked a little bit about 2008, 2009 and the significant impact on the unemployment schemes. We also saw a huge uptick after that in terms of warrant class actions then, again, because there were so many reductions in force and so many furloughs, which Jackie's talked about, and you want to make sure that you're doing this properly. You got to protect your business, but you got to comply with federal and state laws so that, well, one, it's the right thing to do because it's the law, but two, you want to make sure you're not a target for some of these class actions that we see coming down the pike.
Well, and I would just add on the WARN Act. I know a lot of people said, oh, I don't have to worry about WARN because my furlough is going to be less than 6 months. And that may have been true at the time that you did it. But now today, are we needing to extend furloughs? And if those furloughs go beyond 6 months, you're going to trigger WARN. And so you need to think about, do I need to do some kind of notice now? And I think kind of as we're talking about the class actions that are coming, be looking at your workforce and saying, am I going to need to worry about WARN? Maybe I didn't right away because I thought these would all be short term.
Right. That's one of the biggest mistakes I see is the second layoff, not taking into account the first. And there's going to be some good old basic wrongful termination claims that come out that are going to rely on the claim that it was because of COVID-19. Manuel, that was filed on April 10th, 2020. He claims that she was sent home because he developed some symptoms related to COVID-19, and that's a violation of the FMLA and public policy. Similarly, in Guaypatan versus Olshan Realty, that's what we like to call a kitchen sink complaint. I looked through that one. It is, she's claimed national origin, harassment, misclassification under the Fair Labor Standards Act. And so, listen, she may have meritorious claims in all of these, but we call it a kitchen sink because they've thrown every single possible violation they can into the complaint. And we'll see how these start to pan out. And then let's go to one that Jackie mentioned this, and I think it's going to be a huge uptick in the perceived disability claims. This is where an employer may think they're doing the best thing possible for its employees by, telling them, you don't look good, I want to take care of you, don't put yourself in danger. And this is where the road to, is paved, is paved with good intentions. There is such a thing as a perceived disability claim under the ADA, and this is where you can really get yourself into trouble. So you want to make sure you're balancing being a very caring employer with making sure you're not making decisions based on your non-medical, non-evidentiary determination about whether or not someone's sick. And then I think we've got one more, and I know we're short on time here. Class action, again, Jackie and I watch these things carefully, and we're both licensed in Illinois, though we don't live there anymore. So this was, and for me, I love McDonald's. I love to eat it. But again, this is a class action that got filed already, talking about not providing adequate PPE, not adequate safety training, and it's interestingly two different groups: people who work there and anybody who lived with someone that worked at McDonald's. And so I think we're going to see more attempts to get good relief for non-employees in this area because of the actions that might be taken there.
And with that, I think we'll open it up to questions. I couldn't see the questions because I was sharing my screen, but Margaret, you can see them.
Yeah. So let me go over to the Q&A. So one question is, do the laws apply to all companies or only certain companies? Victoria, don't kill me. That does depend. Certain acts, certain laws are number of employees specific. Some of the new federal legislation is very number specific, and counties are, for example, I know in San Diego County, the temperature checks are required to be taken by someone who's not an employee of the company, but that's not the case in Colorado. So it can be very, very different. So the one thing I would say, and I think you can see it by looking at our email addresses, if you go to littler.com, we have so many publications on the differing, all the different statutory schemes that have come out. It'll make your head spin, but you can do a keyword search and go down to your state. So I would suggest that that we do that.
What I would just add with a lot of these statutes, I mean, I think where a lot of people think is I'm a small company, I don't have to do it. And the answer is the minute you get to 25, probably everything applies to you.
Yep. But
a lot of this stuff is for somebody as small as 1 or 2 employees. And so you really have to stay on top of really all of this, like OSHA is everyone. And a lot of the state and city guidance is for any employer, regardless of size.
And I see someone's asked for the slides. We'll work with the organizers to make those accessible. I need to, I'm looking at Abigail, and we'll figure that out with her. How should it be addressed if an employee's concern about returning to work is due to potential exposure during their commute? For example, having to take long round trip rides on public transportation. That is going to be an interesting one, particularly for cities in New York, for cities like New York City, for example, where you have to be on the subway, or Chicago, two big cities I can think of that'll be a problem. And that is where you'll have to consider, because they may request to work from home, and you may have to consider, again, even though it's not a work from home position, is that something that we have to accommodate, or could we potentially accommodate it by doing a different schedule so they can travel maybe during off-peak times, so they're not as exposed?
I would tell you that some of the clients I'm working with are dealing with that right now in other ways by addressing things like the off-peak time, working remote, or they're putting together office carpools if they can, depending on where they are. And so, don't feel like the only thing we can say is commute or don't commute. There are some other things you can look at and try to be a little bit creative about it. You have a lot of options out there.
And Hannah asked a great question. Would employers be required under diversity inclusion to ensure the recall policy, I assume she means under furlough recall, is equitable for all minorities who would be disproportionately affected for transparency and accountability? And that gets to the disparate impact that we talked about, that the policy for recall is neutral, but it has a disparate impact on minorities. This is where if you want to do you'll have to do it quickly, analysis of it, you'd want to do that in a privileged way, so that you can then make decisions in a privileged fashion with your attorney, to see how you need to tweak, if at all, the recall policy.
Well, and what I would add to that is I always remind people that, especially in today's world, you want to be really sure we don't negatively impact any protected class. And white men are also protected. And so I always say no decision should be made about recalling someone or making a decision about their employment based on any immutable characteristic. That's why I like to focus on things like seniority, skill set, jobs that you need, and things like that, because that is going to be the same for everyone. And it's really hard to say that, if you were the first one in, this somehow now is discriminatory or an illegal way to approach it. And so that's why being as objective as you can is really important in that area. And I know we're out of time because I see the next people coming.
And I'm sorry to cut you both off because this has been fantastic. I mean, quite frankly, the amount of information that you somehow got into an hour, it's like that was so much and so good. And yes, we'll make sure that, slides are available. We'll work with you to do that. Thank you both so much. I'm sorry we didn't have time to get to all the questions because there was a lot of good ones, but this was fantastic. So thank you for your time. We all really appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you. To everyone else still on the line, feel free to head on over to the main track. Our next keynote is just getting started with Reshma Saujani and Zarin Sarpangal. It's going to be fantastic. Head on over and we'll see you back on the inclusion track in an hour.
Hey, Matt.
Hey there, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Causing trouble. Breaking this chair.
Oh, goodness. Not before your presentation. That'd be
If
catastrophic.
I fall flat on my face, it'll probably be.
It's entertaining, you know? It's what the people.
Exactly. Look, watching white dudes fall on their faces is always a highly entertaining pastime right at the moment.
I was going to say that's very timely. I think
No, I'm just keeping up with the times.
Lovely. Hi, Matt. Nice to meet you.
Where are you calling in from, Matt?
I am calling in from San Diego, California, where I apparently now live. I usually reside in New York City, but due to COVID, have been away for 4 months, and at this point, have decided I'm just moving here, and so now we all live here.
Nice. I mean, it's very different from New York, and yeah, as you're saying, not where you want to be right now. So nice to have the outdoors, the beaches, air to breathe.
Yeah, I it's I have a 4.5-year-old, and I can't. It doesn't feel like the responsible dad thing to do to say like, oh, hey, you're just going to live in an apartment for the next year and you're not going to be able to go to the playground. You're not going to be able to go out. You can't see any friends. Good luck. That seems like a bad way to be 5 years old. And so even if it's profoundly disruptive to both his mother and I, I think it's important to sort of take the time to move out here and try and make whatever the best thing that we can is for him.
100%. No, that makes total sense. I have such empathy for people who have been stuck inside. Abby, who has walked away, but she is living in Buenos Aires in a small apartment, hasn't left. I think she said she's left once in 3 months to go to the grocery store, and that's it. And yeah, if you're a kid, you have tons of energy, that's not a healthy environment for you to be in. So I fully get that.
Yeah. You just want to make the best for your kids if you can. Abby, 1 time in 4 months, that's impressive.
That is true. I mean, it probably will be 4 months. It's 3 months right now, but once in 3 months, and yeah,
it's crazy.
I am getting paler by the day. I will be translucent by the end of this.
Yeah, see, I'm going the opposite direction. I started out really white, and then the San Diego sun, I now have like the most epic tan I've ever had.
Yeah, I have hope for one more trip out into the world out there. I have so Sarah was saying I live in Argentina right now. I'm originally from the US, but it's right the time of year that I have to renew my immigration stuff. So the one time that I've been out was for immigration. I have, in theory, an immigration appointment at the end of this month. We'll see. If Buenos Aires opens up again, I will have 2 trips out in 3.5 months. But if it doesn't open up, then yeah, just the once.
Well, Candace, Isabella, Patricia, Sissy, Tracy, and T, and Carol, thank you for joining us. We're going to get started in a minute here. We're just sort of giving a little time for the main stage to wrap up and everybody to get situated. And then we can talk.
Yes. Actually, what we've been seeing is that typically we'll start seeing people hop on pretty soon, within the next half a minute or so. And then about 30 seconds to a minute after the hour, it just starts to shoot up. Get tons of people here. So once everyone starts getting here, I will go over a couple of housekeeping things, and then I'll pass it off to you, Matt. Before a ton of people come on, though, I will ask, Wallard?
It's French Belgian. I'm sure it's something lovely like Walliert, but Americans generally say Wallard. I gave a talk at the French embassy, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago in New York City, and everybody said my name beautifully. I'm like, I'm just going to hang out with these people from now on. They're like, this is an amazing thing.
I feel like I should know. I have a very French last name myself, and I get it all the time. So how do you pronounce that? And I'm like, it's a great question.
That's right.
I don't know my entire family that knows. So
Vashon?
What are you feeling? Yeah, Vashon. It sounds like an SH, not a CH. But they'll be like, is it Vashon? Or is it Vashon? I'm like, whatever you're feeling. Because it's really whatever I'm feeling that day. Let's see. All right, I see a couple people coming over. I'm sure we'll see more within the next 20 seconds. So I'll start in on just a couple little housekeeping things. And then Matt, I'm sure by the time I pass it over to you, we'll have plenty of people here. So, hey everyone, welcome back to the inclusion track. I hope that you were able to enjoy that keynote with Reshma. I was able to tune in for most of it and she is lovely. But we're happy to get started here again. Before we do get started with our next speaker, I'm gonna go over a couple quick housekeeping things. So one, as a reminder, all of your videos and audio are gonna be off for this session, but we still would love to hear from you. So feel free to put your comments in the chat, put your questions in the Q&A. We'll get to as many of them as possible. And if you do have any technical difficulties, feel free to tag me, tag my colleague Sarah, and we're happy to walk you through them as best as we can. If you're looking for SHRM credits, check out the code in the top left corner. You can use that to redeem your professional development credits. And I always want to make sure that everyone is aware, remembers to take a look at the code of conduct that's posted in the chat. You know, y'all have been amazing the past 3 days, fantastic conversations. It's been awesome to see, but always as a reminder, we all want everyone to have a good experience. So, you know, I'm not worried, you've been wonderful. So other than that, without further ado, want to switch it over. We're going to dive into the next conversation with Matt Walliert, French pronunciation. And the conversation is how to build products that create change and advance equality. I'm really excited for this. Matt's coming in, he's the co-founder and lead scientist at GetRaised. Matt, happy to pass it over to you.
Awesome, thanks so much for having me. So, I was invited to speak today about sort of building things to promote inclusion and diversity. And I want to sort of scope that down a little bit before we start, because I think that can mean a lot of things. I don't think what we mean in this talk is making existing products inclusive, which is a very important part of how we design products, right? So if you know, from Microsoft on, how do you make a product that is inclusive to everybody, that uses language that people can understand, that is accessible across sort of different disability categories, et cetera. That's not generally what I mean in this talk. What I mean specifically is products that are designed to create equitable outcomes in the world. So not that the product itself is inclusive, but rather that the outcome that it creates is inclusion. And that actually sort of nods to where I want to start. One of the things that I think is really challenging for folks as we start to think about these things is we often are like, well, we want a more diverse, inclusive world, right? We have this inclusion track. What do we actually mean by that, right? Like, what do we physically, literally, observably mean in the world? And the reason that matters is it's very difficult to create a product if we don't know the behavior that we actually want to create, right? Part of the essential ingredients of creating a good product is understanding who are we creating it for, what behavior do we want to see out of it? Because otherwise, how will we know if the product works, right? If we don't have an idea of the outcome that we want, we have no way of measuring whether we're building a good thing. And that prevents us from actually doing our jobs. So I'm a social psychologist by training. And then I left academia a long time ago and started creating products. And so I fundamentally believe that all products exist to change behavior, right? The point of a chair is to get you to sit, right? And the beautiful thing about saying that, as simplistic as it sounds, is it means we now can compare chairs, right? I can say this chair is better than that chair because it got someone to sit down in it, right? More often than this other chair did. And we can sort of iterate forward to a better future by saying, hey, here are the outcomes that we want. We can nuance that, right? So we could say, well, I want a chair that, older women with a BMI above 35 are more likely to sit in. And that might produce a different chair than one that, a younger, slim male might sit in, right? It doesn't, it is fine to say there is a population whose behavior we want to change, but we still have to know what it is we want them to do. So how do we go about doing that? I'm going to talk about a generalized sort of scientific framework, and then I'm going to give you a bunch of examples from my own work and others' work about how we create these kinds of products. So in general, behavior is the product of it's competition between what we call promoting pressures and inhibiting pressures. Promoting pressures are things that we do that make something more likely. Inhibiting pressures make the behavior that we want less likely. Hold on one second. Ooh, there we go. Can you talk about the process? I'm trying to read your questions as we go. Yes, I will definitely talk about sort of how we go through the testing process as we go along, and I'll have a more explicit Q&A section at the end as well. So I'll try and integrate the questions as I go, but also we'll talk at the end. So all behavior is a combination of promoting pressures versus inhibiting pressures, right? And so the canonical example that I always use everywhere all the time is M&Ms, right? Why do we eat M&Ms? This is a good chance for you guys to practice using that little chat window over there. Why do we eat M&Ms? It's not a rhetorical question, by the way. None of my questions are actually rhetorical. Why do we eat M&Ms? Have something. They taste good. There you go. Christina, there you go. Look at this. So there's a bunch of they're tasty, right? Obviously, taste is a powerful promoting pressure. Mars knows this, right? That's why they produce so many flavors. There are over 30 flavors of M&Ms at this point. And let's be clear, like peanut butter M&Ms are the pinnacle to which M&Ms aspire. There should be no additional M&Ms. And yet we keep producing more flavor, right? Because flavor is a dominant reason to eat an M&M. There are a couple of other things that people have talked about in here, right? One, someone said they're fun. I agree with that, right? There's this lovely brand element to M&Ms, right? They are heavily branded as fun. They're associated with holidays and events and being a child and all these wonderful things that we sort of think of as fun. And that's not accidental, right? Mars has spent billions of dollars creating a brand, buying Super Bowl ads, creating these little animated characters, et cetera, to remind us how fun they actually are. There's another way of fun. They also have fantastic mouthfeel, right? They're small. They have just the right amount of sort of crunch to them, right? There's a bunch of food science reasons why they actually taste fun, right? We can talk about foods as tasting fun, and certainly M&Ms do. This branded, sort of fun experience is so powerful. I now live in San Diego because of COVID, but previously lived in New York, and the most expensive real estate in New York is Times Square, and in Times Square is an M&M store. And what do they sell in the M&M store? Well, not actually edible M&Ms. They do sell a few, but the majority of the stuff is actually merchandise, right? It's a leather jacket with M&Ms on it. It's a giant plushie M&M. Think about how amazing that is, right? The brand has actually transcended the candy itself. It is so powerful of a brand that you can get people to buy things associated with it because they're fun too, right? That have nothing to do with the actual candy themselves. Right. Forrest wrote in that they have caffeine, right? Again, chocolate has a little bit of caffeine. I'm gonna couple that actually. They have caffeine and sugar, right? So they do actually give you a little bit of sort of boost. Hunger is a promoting pressure. When does M&M consumption peak? Well, mid-afternoon, right? We have a little bit of lunch. Our glycemic index goes up, right? Then we hit that mid-afternoon sort of slump. People gravitate towards those high sugar, high caffeine foods that give them a little bit of pep, right? So that's another reason. Colorful, beautiful, right? That's another one. One of the techniques that I can encourage you as you're thinking about how to change behavior is, imagine a counterfactual world. A counterfactual world is a world where something was the opposite or different than the way it was now. So this is particularly useful when we're trying to build inclusive products, things that are designed to create inclusion, because we are trying to create a world in which something is very different. So imagine if M&Ms were like, instead of being, beautiful bright colors, they were in fact like puke green or sort of like urine yellow, right? We'd be a lot less likely to just a handful of those things, right? If they looked really, really terrible. But instead, they're these bright, beautiful, evocative colors that we all know and love. When I was a kid, I'm old, and so there was chocolate brown M&Ms, right? And then there was like the weird sort of tan color, and that tan color went away and became. Does anybody know what color it became? Let's see. Someone gonna get it? Blue. There you go. Good job, Jane. Right. So it became blue. Does anybody know how it became blue? Anybody guess? Does anybody remember this? We voted. Jane, you're so good. Yes, we voted. We voted on M&Ms, right? There was this, national advertising campaign, and you could call into a number because this was sort of prior to the internet being widespread. They'd call into a number, and 10 million people called in this number to vote for blue, right? It's an amazing, sort of more people than voted for their political elections, right, are voting for M&M color around something that we all logically, consistently know doesn't matter, right? It's not like a new, Skittles flavor, right? It was a color, totally meaningless, and yet 10 million people voted in. This is really important when we think about inclusion, right? It is not about it's so easy to get stuck in this trap of designing projects that are about logic, right? And like, if we just make a thing that people will logically, is in their best interest, they'll do it. Well, that's not how things work, right? Emotions play a huge part in our behavior, right? What we want to care about is being agnostic to whether it's logical or not logical, instead focusing on the outcome we want. Remember, we talked about like the point of a chair is to get somebody to sit. The beauty of saying that is it doesn't matter like which factor is making that person sit. We want to have all of those factors in play. We want to be looking at all of them and intervening consciously across them, right? And yes, I am sorry for making everybody hungry. I recognize that if you're on the East Coast, you are in that glycemic, sort of plunge right now. Everyone is like, man. And so, you're shaking your fist at me. So look, we talked about it. Wonderful. There's lots of promoting pressure reasons to eat M&Ms, but probably the majority of you are not sitting eating M&Ms right now. Certainly I'm not in the middle of this talk. Why not? Why do people not eat M&Ms at every moment? And while you're putting down some answers for that, Abigail, no, I mean peanut butter M&Ms, peanut butter M&Ms, even though they have nothing to do with actual peanut butter, right? No, come on, don't nod at me like that. Peanut butter. There's more about Nicole, melt in your mouth, not in your hand. I want to come back to that in just a second, right? I think that's a really smart thing. Zibby, I have to say I've been doing this talk for 5 years. No one has ever said, oh, they're easy to use in recipes, but you're totally right. They they go really well in lots of things. I actually want to come back to that in a second. And maybe that's how I'll lead off, right? So we talked about, well, M&Ms are, delicious and caloric and beautiful and all these things, yet we're not eating them right now. Well, that's because of these inhibiting pressures that sort of fight on the other end. As Zippy pointed out, they're easy to use in a recipe. Well, that's not a reason to eat them. Lots of things are easy to use in a recipe, right? That they are small and bite-sized isn't a reason to eat them. This phone is like, sort of edibly sized. That doesn't mean I'm going to chow down on it, right? It's not simply that what those are, in fact, is removals of what we call inhibiting pressures, right? Imagine, again, let's go back to our counterfactual world. Let's imagine a Snickers bar. Snickers bars are delicious, but they're not very easy to cook with, right? And so it's not that they lack the promoting pressure, but that there is this strong inhibiting pressure that keeps people from using them in that particular way. Go back to, I think it was Nicole that said, melt in your, not in your, right? There are lots of things that melt in my mouth and not in my hand. That doesn't mean I want to eat them. Like a bar of soap would melt in my mouth and not in my hand. I don't want to eat that either, right? But given that I do want to eat them, that is a removal of inhibiting pressure. That's actually, by the way, the story of M&Ms. I don't usually talk about this, but we have a few minutes today. So like one of the beautiful things about M&Ms is they were invented actually not for consumption by you and me, but by consumption for soldiers in the Spanish Civil War. And they were brought over from the Spanish Civil War into the US, and they were used in meals ready to eat. They weren't even commercially available. They were used for soldiers because they were looking for a dessert that was stable, right? That wouldn't melt, that was sort of easy to eat on the go, that wasn't messy, right? So they made these for a dessert thing. And then when the war ended, then they became commercially available, right? They didn't win as a candy because they were more delicious than anything else. Nobody ever says like, oh, M&Ms were better tasting than Snickers, right? But instead they compete literally on their convenience factor, that removal of inhibiting pressures, right? What else do other people say? Not available, right? Availability is key. I guarantee you I could change everyone here's behavior right now, right? If I had secretly known who you all were going to be and I mailed you some M&Ms and you had them in front of you right now, you'd probably be eating some M&Ms, right? If you put a little bowl here, I'd probably be snacking on it, right? Mere availability is enough, right? They make you fat, right? Health is a powerful inhibiting pressure, right? Like, I think there's all sorts of things, tooth, tummy ache, people have had all sorts of great things here. So the first part of the talk I want to sort of get you in the mindset of is, all products exist to change behavior, but that behavior is bound by the promoting and inhibiting pressures inherent in the product itself, right? And we actually have a systematic bias, it turns out. Because I'm going to tell you about a systematic bias that has nothing to do with inclusion, but then we're going to use it to make inclusive things. This is amazing. So one of the systematic biases that we have is when we want somebody to do something more, we automatically gravitate towards promoting pressure. So it turns out to be experimentally true. If I brought all of you into a room and I said, how do you get people to eat more M&Ms? We're going to design things to get people to eat more M&Ms. Almost all of you will come up with things that are like advertising campaigns, new flavors, things that are about promoting pressure. it is relatively unlikely actually that you would come up with a, well, how do we just make them really, really, really easy to get, right? A delivery service or a subscription or something that like makes the availability factor go away, right? Or we're going to make a version that, you know, polishes your teeth instead of rots them or whatever it is, right? The removal of inhibiting pressures is just a bias that we have. And as with all good inclusive things, our job as designers and creators of things is to remove that bias, right? And so I want to start to talk through how this actually plays out in some examples of inclusive products that we built. So one of the reasons I was invited to come was I built a little side project with some folks called Get Raised, right? So Get Raised is it was very, very simple insight, right? The majority of women in this country are underpaid. It intersects with race. So, you know, white women are underpaid by about 20 cents on the dollar. Hispanic women are underpaid by about 50 cents on the dollar. And then sort of other people sort of span in between, other combinations span in between. And that's obviously very, very bad. And we want to sort of end this problem. So we're looking at the problem, and almost everything that we create is about promoting pressures, right? It's lean in, right? It's about convincing women that they need to take action, right? But what if we flip that paradigm on its head? What if what we decide is to say, hey, actually the problem isn't women's desire to be equally paid, but rather the barriers that are in place to doing so, right? And how might we systematically, it's fine to say, hey, women, you have to ask, but that assumes that the reason that they're not asking has something to do with their motivation, as opposed to sort of the inhibiting pressures that are in play. And so what we did was try and create a product that systematically reduces inhibiting pressures. So you come in, you tell us what you do, where you work, how much you make, and we'll tell you if you're underpaid. Because one of the things that we found out from talking to women was, hey, I don't want to ask because I don't know if I'm underpaid, right? So there's this inhibiting pressure. It's not a lack of promoting pressure. I do want to get paid fairly, but there's an inhibiting pressure that is, I don't really know if I'm underpaid. Great, I'm going to solve that through data, right? So we use government-based data to actually solve that problem, removing those inhibiting pressures, right? So then, all right, now you know you're underpaid. What are we going to do about it? Well, one of the things that turns out to be true is that we have socialized women into, and I say socialized very deliberately because I don't think this is genetic. I think we teach women this, and we can see that through the research. We teach them not to ask, right, first of all, and then we teach them not to, you know, sort of trumpet their own accomplishments and do those sorts of things. It feels like bragging, and it's perceived as bragging sometimes, right? And so what we did was, how many of you have done a Mad Lib, like when you were a kid? Right? You know, you sort of says, fill in a verb, and you fill in a verb, and that makes a funny story. Well, we made a tool that's basically that, except for asking for a raise, right? So it asks you questions like, hey, what have you done in the last 6 months to create more value for the company? What are you going to do in the next 6 months to create more value for the company? And all sorts of other questions like that help you lay out a case for how you've actually increased your business value, because that's ultimately what a raise is about, right? It's about a change in business value. And so what that does is generate a letter that you give your boss that says, you know, here's sort of market data, here's how I'm paid relative to other things, here's what I've done to increase my value. Like, we need to sort of work on this problem together to sort of figure out a solution. And it turns out when you do that, women are both highly likely to ask and highly likely to successfully ask. So women who hand in that letter, you know, about 70 to 80% of the time actually get a raise, and the average raise is about $6,500, $7,000. And so over the last several years we've been doing this, it's about $3.2 billion in raises, $3.2 billion in raises, off a tool that takes very few minutes, and it was relatively simple to build, right? But because, you know, I think a lot of times people try and over-engineer something. They try and build this really crazy, you know, Superman version of something, or, you know, sort of Star Trek version of something where, you know, it's sort of as close to some perfection that we can get. And I don't think that's the right answer. I think it's an iterative process forward. And I think we have to be really conscious about, like, how are we changing the promoting and inhibiting pressures to change behavior? So, sorry, Christina, it's online at getraised.com. Somebody loves Mad Libs. I do too. I think I got to most of the questions. And I promise you we're going to get to the, like, how do we actually go, you know, MVP something, and what process do we use? I haven't forgotten that question from earlier. So Get Raised is one example of how we build an inclusive process, right? Where we sort of said, all right, we're going to map out the promoting and inhibiting pressures. We're going to say, okay, we think there are strong enough promoting pressures in the environment already, and we're going to relentlessly focus on inhibiting pressure. How easy can I make it for you to ask for and get a raise, right? I'm going to relentlessly focus on that. As with anything I built, Get Raised is problematic, right? it is a trade-off of short-term goals versus long-term goals. What do I mean by that? Well, Get Raised is very successful, $3.2 billion of raises, at getting women to ask for and get raises. But unfortunately, that is only one of a myriad of problems, right? It is a failure in the sense that women shouldn't be underpaid in the first place, right? Like, if we have to get them to ask to correct the problem, then that is its own sort of issue, right? And so, it perpetuates a culture where women need to change the way that they ask in order to be paid fairly, which is not ultimately what we want to do. And so what do? You go build more tools. So the next sort of interesting problem that I got sort of obsessed with was, yes, exactly. Nigel, I think that's a good way of saying it. I'm addressing the effect, but not sort of like the base case that I actually want. It is tremendously good. And by the way, I don't think, there's a saying in tech, and I think it's very important, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. It's not that I think Get Raised is bad. $3.2 billion in the pockets of women is not a bad thing. It's a thing that I'm very happy for. But it's also not like ultimately where we want to be. And so we need to build more than one thing. And that, by the way, is also important. You don't have to build one thing that solves all the problems. You can build lots of things. I just keep building new things and building new things and building new things. So the next thing we went out and built was, there's a well-known problem in tech where women are less likely to participate in angel investing, get funding, et cetera. And one of the problems is women, if I present two equivalent offers, mathematically equivalent offers, one that has an equity component and one that has a cash component, women tend to take the certain cash component and men tend to take the uncertain equity component. And that has to do with some socialization about how women perceive risk and things. And so we built a second thing. The next thing we built after Get Raised was something called salaryorequity.com. And basically you can take your offer letter, same sort of paradigm, actually. We use the same sort of, all right, well, why are women less likely to take sort of equity-based offers? And then how do we actually change that behavior? How do we get women to be more likely to accept equity as part of their compensation? So again, it takes the form of a Mad Lib-like thing. You put some data into a story, and then it tells you at the end, okay, here is the sort of here's the sort of mathematical value of your equity, right? So if you take the current valuation of the company and how many years it vests over and what percent you're getting and sort of all of these sorts of things, here's a way to think about that as money, right? And so if you can get women to think about it as money, they're more likely to accept those equity-based offers, right? And again, going back to the MVP point, we don't make that up. We know that. And how do we know that? Because we tested it, right? So one of the ways you want to take something, if you have a specific behavior in mind, it is much easier to then create a product because you can test it very lightly at the beginning, right? And you're not testing it for usage, you're testing it for outcome, right? So you're saying, all right, well, if I write this letter, if I coach Brianna, I'm just pulling people randomly. If I coach Brianna on how to ask for a raise, is she more likely to ask a raise? Yes. Okay, well then that lets me know that there might be something here, right? If I, sort of write a letter for Candida, is she more likely to hand it in? Great, that works. Okay, I can test that, right? So I can test these little micro things before I build out the big thing that is Get Raised in a very manual way. I can just literally sit down and interview Candida and get everything that I need to know to write a letter for her. I can I can coach Brianna on the phone right before she goes into the meeting and then get a sense of what's working and not working. Does that make sense? Right. And so you can get to this place where you can test things. So salary or equity, right? It came out of literally coaching a bunch of different women who had gotten, because I'm fairly loud and stupid, people know that they can come to me and I will help them evaluate their offer letter. And so having done that a bunch of times, I then created a process and then I could measure how often does that get somebody to accept an equity-based offer or an offer with an equity component, right? So the secret for taking something through MVP to sort of product is experimentation, right? Remember, I'm a behavioral scientist, right? So behavior, two things. We need behavior as an outcome, science as a process. What is science? Well, it's experimentation towards a desired outcome, right? It's saying, okay, I want people to do this thing. And so I'm going to try a bunch of different little things to see what actually works to get them there. So what did we build? So I'm just going to keep throwing out examples. And then if you do have questions, just put them in and I promise I'll try and address them as I go. So after salary or equity, one of the things that annoyed me about the first two products is that they focused on women. As we sort of pointed out, right? Like ultimately the problem is not necessarily women who are not asking to be paid fairly, but the generally male executives who are not paying them fairly, right? And so I want to focus more on what do we need to do to get men to change. And so one of the things that sort of turned out to be true was we did some research with PayScale, and it created sort of an interesting what we call 3-1-1 effect, right? So I asked, PayScale came to me and said, we know you do this work. Do you want to put 2 questions in our survey for free? I said, yes. Here's what I want to ask. 1, do you think men and women have equal opportunities in workplaces in general? And 2, do you think men and women have equal opportunities in your workplace? So 3 and 5 men basically suck, right? They're like, all workplaces are fair. My workplace is fair. Gender bias isn't a thing. I don't really know what to do about those men. I don't know what to do about those men yet. I'm working on it, but I don't know what to do about those men. Because if you don't even acknowledge the existence of bias, then I don't know how to get you to address it, right? And 1 in 5 men were sort of the converse, right? They were like, it's a problem out there. It's a problem here. It's a problem everywhere. Like it's pervasive. It's something I can work on. And then 1 in 5 men gave an interesting answer. They said, it is a problem out there, but not my company, right? Like it's never a problem here. And the problem with that answer is it says, okay, I recognize a problem in the world, but it's not proximal to me, and therefore I'm powerless to do anything about it, right? And so what we want to do was get men to take action, right, on the things that I couldn't convince them that it was a problem, right? That's the 3 and 5 men. But I can say, given that you think it's a problem, let's do something around yourself. So what we did, we created iaskedher.com. And iaskedher is a pre-formatted question that men can ask to what we call a gender confidant, which is a emotionally close woman, and say, hey, I really think I would be a better dude if I understood how, the influence of sexism on your life, right? On somewhere that it's proximal to me. And so gave a pre-formatted question that sort of help work on that. And so then, then the latest thing I'm building is, sort of the counterpart to Get Raised. We're actually building, it's kind of a combination of Get Raised and Salary or Equity. We're actually building a better offer letter generator that creates an offer letter that is more likely to provoke a compensation-based conversation, but within sort of guardrails so that there's a good and easy way to talk about it between the 2 parties, right? Because ideally what you want as an employer is a structured conversation. And this actually came out of an insight from Get Raised, where we thought when we launched Get Raised that business owners would hate us. We thought every company would be like, everybody's asking me for a raise. How dare you? And we were very worried about this. And then what turned out to be true is actually the reverse. We got lovely love letters from businesses who said, oh, this used to be such an emotionally fraught conversation because, people would come in and say, I want more money, but they wouldn't have any reason. They would just be like, I want more money. And then it's like this totally emotional conversation about need or other kinds of things, right? But now people are coming in and saying like I deserve more money. Here's why, here's the market, et cetera. And now I can have a better discussion, right? I can say, well, I disagree about the market data, or I disagree about, what you've done in the last 6 months or need to do in the last, but now it's a conversation about some actual thing that we can have a conversation about. And so that led to, well, why don't we prompt that in an offer letter, right? Why don't we say, this is how we decided what to pay you. Let's have a conversation about the variables that are underneath, right? In case you disagree about those. So we're not talking about the overall comp, and instead talking about the variables that create the comp. And so things like that. So I'm going to try and get through some questions here. Is it just because of socialization? Sorry, Sarita. And sorry if I'm not saying your name correctly. It's hard when I'm just reading it off a screen. Is it just because of socialization, or could it be that men can afford more of a cushion because of the ingrained gender wage gap below the product? This must be about Salary or Equity. It is. So yes, I think you're right as well, right? It's easier to take an equity-based offer when you have the excess, like if you're getting paid 20% more, that means there's more excess capital, which means you can take more risk, which means you can do equity. It turns out, even if you normalize for that, so even if you take people who are at the, at the same pay level, et cetera, women are still less likely to take the equity-based offer. This is sort of a robust effect. Women are more conservative generally in the stock market. Like there's a bunch of things going on there. So you're absolutely right. That is also a factor. But even if you factor that out, it turns out to be less true. Please clarify to increase choice of equity over cash. I think I missed that. Okay, so I have 2 minutes. I'm popping back on the screen. I have 2 minutes, and I'm going to get through these questions in 2 minutes. I'm super fast. Please clarify the question you did to increase choice of equity over cash. Okay, so we basically because of who I am in the world, I had a large pool of women who were asking me to do this. And so I had the ability to actually try different strategic approaches to getting that to work. And so it happened to be a convenient sample where we were able to do this because we could do that. We could have just tweeted out and said, hey, please ask me if you want to help. Yeah, incredible that 60% think there's no gender bias. I know, isn't that? Look, granted, this was several years ago. We actually redid it recently. It hadn't really changed much. Don't cross your legs at me. I have 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Racial bias. Yes, I'm super obsessed with racial bias, but I don't know what else to do. My nephew watched you. Okay, I think. Look, sorry I can't get through the rest of these. I apologize. I talked as fast as I could. Thank you so much for having me. Please stick around for the next speaker, who's wonderful. I'll be here in the background as well. And thank you so much. Have a great day.
Matt, thank you. That was really, really awesome and just so much good information. And I'm definitely going to go check out what you've been doing because I hadn't heard about it before this. And it's awesome. It was just really wonderful to hear about. So I'm going to quickly move along, go through a couple quick housekeeping things, and then we can move it right along. So just as a reminder to everyone on the call, you're on the inclusion track. We're super thrilled that you're here, but remember you can check out the other tracks too. Future of work, impact, engineering, fantastic speakers across the board. But again, we're really just happy that you're here too. That said, everyone who's on the line, your video, your audio is going to remain off for the call, but we'd still love to hear from you. So feel free to use the chat to add comments, the Q&A to add questions. We'll get to as many as we can. If you're looking for SHRM credits, check out the code in the top left corner. That should help you there. And everyone, don't forget to check out the code of conduct in the chat. We always like to refer you to that to make sure that we all have a good experience today. I am thrilled now to move over to our next speakers to talk about negotiating for racial justice within companies, a plan for driving outcomes. We're joined by Patrice Peck, the founder of Coronavirus News for Black Folks. And the conversation is going to be led by Kwame Omari Christian, lawyer and director at American Negotiation Institute. So I am happy to pass it over to you both.
Thank you, Abigail.
Fantastic.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yay, yes. Okay. So everyone, welcome to our virtual fireside chat. How do you want to start things? Should we just do like quick intros?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool.
After you.
Okay, so I'm Patrice Peck. I am a journalist, currently freelance, and my focus is race, identity, and culture. As Abigail mentioned, I recently launched, or earlier this April, I launched a newsletter called Coronavirus News for Black Folks. And that was my way of wanting to provide like a one-stop shop for coronavirus news as it relates directly to the Black community, Black communities across the world throughout the African diaspora, because I understood ahead of time that these communities would be disproportionately impacted because of, ongoing health disparities, but mostly because of systemic racism and white supremacy that has permeated pretty much everything in society. So we are here today, we're going to be talking about racial justice in the workplace and how to call for it and negotiate it. So I'll, swing things to you, Kwame.
Thanks, Patrice. Yes, thank you all for having me and thank you for being here. Very excited about it. And so just a quick intro for me. So my name is Kwame Christian. I'm the director of the American Negotiation Institute. And our motto here is that the best things in life are on the other side of difficult conversations. And that's really my guiding principle in business and in life. And so today, with everything that's been happening in society today, everybody's talking about race. And when it comes to what we can do to effectuate change in our world, most of the time it's going to start with a difficult conversation. And so I'm excited to be here with Patrice to talk about some tools and tactics that you can use to effectuate change in your workplace and at home and in your communities.
Yes, and I just realized I didn't explain sort of why or how Kwame and I came up with the idea to have this, right? For why we're focusing on this. So I'm not sure how much everyone's aware of this, but there's been a lot of reckonings of racism across many different professional industries, and that includes in media, the industry that I'm in. I used to work for a lot of publications, but most recently BuzzFeed. I was a full-time employee there up until this past fall. And like many media companies, whether traditional, whether startup, like many media companies, there were many ongoing instances of racism and oppression within the company, and no one has ever really been held accountable. And so myself, I tweeted, I sent a tweet to my former company and the founder asking, whether the same, whether they planned to invest the same amount of consideration and acknowledgement into the racism within the company as they did to the Instagram posts that they were posting in light of, all the Black Lives Matter uprising and protests, and them pledging to really to uplift and center on Black lives. I just thought there was a disconnect because there was, and yeah, so I sent out a tweet. And so that was sort of my way of trying to hold this company accountable for racial injustices that I experienced and that a lot of other people have experienced. And so Kwame, let's talk about, I guess, where does one start if they are witnessing racial injustices in the workplace?
Yeah, that's a big question, Patrice. I mean, I think really it starts with awareness first. We have to recognize things that are happening around us. That's number one. And then before we start to have these conversations, one of the things that I talk about is the need to take some time and go through an introspective process. Think about what happened. Think about why it potentially could have happened, and just make sure you have everything in place before you have these conversations. Because when it comes down to it, these conversations are really difficult. They're awkward. They're challenging. They speak to the core of who we see ourselves as individuals, as people, right? And then on the other side, conversations about race, they are inherently awkward for white people, right? In polite society, they've been told for their entire lives, don't acknowledge race. That's rude to do. And if you do, that makes you racist. So just don't acknowledge it, right? And so there are embedded challenges within these conversations for people of color and for white people as well. And so additionally, when we're taking the time to prepare and think through what we're trying to accomplish, we have to get really clear on our goals. For example, sometimes our goal might be to simply be heard. This hurt me, and I want you to know that, and that's it. Sometimes the goal might be some kind of action, right? Somebody needs to be held accountable. Something needs to change. But we need to get really clear on what it is that we want to accomplish before we go into the conversations. And so I have a gift for everyone. If they go to AmericanNegotiationInstitute.com/justice, they can get a free guide that helps you to think through and prepare for these difficult conversations, because it's not something that you want to go in and freestyle and just hope for the best. You want to think it through, prepare, so you can get the best outcome in the conversation.
And I just want to let everyone know that I actually met Kwame virtually, kind of. Was it a year, 2 years ago? A year?
I think 2 years now, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's funny because I caught the tail end of Matt's panel discussion talking about how women can negotiate for raises and promotions. And that is the mindset that I had been in. I was still at BuzzFeed at the time, and I had just come across, HR had just released a new leveling and compensation policy. And so I went through that, and I realized that according to this new policy, I was undertitled. I was actually supposed to be in at least one or two titles above the one that I was in, which of course, the higher title you go, the more money you receive. And so I was like, okay, So how do I go about addressing this and actually getting that promotion and raise, or at least making a very strong case for myself? So I was just Googling around. I'm a big podcast person, and I think I came across, do you have a podcast, or was that like a podcast episode that you were in?
Yeah, so I have a podcast that's called Negotiate Anything. We talk about all
Mhm.
sorts of negotiation things, but I think you heard me on the Paychecks and Balances podcast.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So I think I Googled like how to negotiate for a raise or something. And I saw this podcast episode. I listened. And in the episode, Kwame had mentioned, I do free phone consults for anyone interested in brainstorming negotiation tactics. So I reached out and I was like, hey, here's where I'm at. I'm trying to negotiate for a raise. Got on the phone. He gave me some very great actionable items, like for free. It's not like he sort of dripped a few things that would require me to then like pay for a consultation. He gave me a lot of really great tips and strategies. And I realized, okay, he's the real deal. And then he offers, I don't know if you still do this, but at the time you were offering then like a paid consultation session where you and I sat down and we went over how I would go into the room and negotiate my raise and promotion. Long story short, everybody, it took a lot of work, and I did exactly everything he said in terms of building up a case for myself. I felt like Olivia Pope on Scandal, like a lawyer. It was crazy. But ultimately, several months later, I got the promotion and raise, and I feel that the company actually changed the way that their leveling and compensation structure was because I was able to use it to advocate for myself. So maybe, do you want to talk a little bit about that from your end?
Yeah, so I'm a negotiation nerd. I guess I did a bad job of introducing myself. So I'm a lawyer. I'm a business lawyer by trade. So I have a background in civil rights, and then I practice as a business lawyer. Then I started this negotiation consulting firm. So what we do here is predominantly we do negotiation trainings, teaching people how to be more persuasive, teaching leaders how to be more persuasive, sales teams, procurement teams, and also conflict resolution, because everybody we experience conflict. So that's a major leadership skill. And so recently we held a virtual town hall blending the background that I have in civil rights with the conflict resolution background to put on a town hall on the topic of how to have difficult conversations about race. And from there, it led to being featured in CNBC and Forbes and things like that. It spread really quickly. And so now we're doing a lot of trainings with companies talking about how you can have a difficult conversation about race, because it's awkward. You've never been taught about how to have it. And people are talking about race, but nobody's talking about how to talk about race. So the goal is to give people the tools so they can actually have these constructive conversations instead of having it in a way that could be potentially destructive or offensive.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Okay, so let's talk about, do you feel like it's worth one person making a case for a racial injustice that they notice in the workplace within their company? Or do you think it's worth them getting cosigns and approaching this in like a more group sort of way?
Yeah, so let's think about this strategically. It depends on the situation. I think it's helpful to bounce situations and ideas off of trusted colleagues. Keyword here, trusted, right? That's really important here in this context. But in negotiation, in business negotiation, there's a concept called coalition building. And with coalition building, what you do is instead of going directly to the source for the negotiation, you have mini negotiations with the people around the person, right? So your colleagues, other leadership, those type of things, your advocates, your allies, your mentors, those type of things. And so before you have the big negotiation, you are accumulating allies, so it's not just you. And so when it comes down to it, when we think about these negotiations about race within the workplace, it comes down to power, right? Who has the power? Who doesn't? How can we distribute the power a little bit more equitably? Because even if it's not a specific instance of racism or oppression, it's going to oftentimes within a company, you're going to recognize that at the higher levels, there's less and less diversity. that's something that we need to address. And so what we want to do is we want to be strategic about it, get people on board so it's not just you. And so it's easy to dismiss one person and just say, oh, they're being oversensitive, it's not a problem. Actually, hey, it's me and 6 other colleagues, we've had a similar experience. It's me and 6 other colleagues, we recognize that there are issues at the top and we need to diversify, those type of things. And just the fact that you have more people behind you, it gives you more leverage in the discussion and makes it more likely for you to be heard.
Got it. And so how should, hypothetically, this person go about determining whether a colleague is trustworthy?
That's a tough one. So my favorite definition of trust, or equation for trust, is trust equals value plus time. So trust equals value plus time. So have you been exchanging value with this person? So we're not just talking money here, right? Have you supported them? Have they supported you? Have you had constructive conversations in the past? Have you talked to them about sensitive issues in the past? Have we had positive interactions in the past? And so here's the thing, it takes time. I can't just meet you off the street and then automatically trust you. There's some things that would make me trust you versus other people, more so than others, just psychologically speaking. But when we're talking about sharing really sensitive information about this, there are going to be very few people within your organization that have that same level of trust. And so I really think it's valuable for you to find that person within the organization and bounce ideas off of them, because you can never see things from all perspectives. And the case that you're going to make, even if you don't have them as an ally beside you during the conversation, your case is going to get stronger just by adding the value that comes with new perspectives.
Definitely. And so what are some maybe behaviors or tactics that one should look out for in terms of the person they're going to be approaching to call for this racial justice? So whether that's like you're speaking to the founder, whether that's you're speaking to like HR, I guess what are some defenses that they might come up against when trying to negotiate for like racial justice?
Yeah, great question. And I think what we need is a foundation for how we're going to approach the conversation. And so in my book, I talk about the compassionate curiosity framework. And it's awkward talking about my book right now because I'm going to rebrand it. Currently, it's called Nobody Will Play With Me, but now it's going to be called Finding Confidence in Conflict. It's more on brand. So, but the framework is really, really simple. Step number 1, acknowledge and validate emotions. Step number 2, get curious with compassion. And step number 3, joint problem solving. And so it's simple so you can remember it, and it's very effective. So this is the same framework that I teach people who are negotiating 9-figure deals as like the foundation, and then you can use it too. And so with acknowledging emotions, the first step is what we're trying to do is overcome those emotional barriers that we know are going to come up. And so it doesn't make sense to send a message to somebody who's not psychologically ready to receive it. So what does that mean? So imagine if you're in a conversation and the person is getting defensive, they're afraid of this conversation, they're not feeling safe, and you're making really great points. Can they process that? No, because it's the limbic system at play, the amygdala. It's that fear response. So you have to acknowledge the emotion so they can feel more comfortable. Then with getting curious with compassion, you're asking open-ended questions to learn more about their perspective, how they see the situation, and gathering that information. And then you transition to joint problem solving, where you're working with them to find a solution to the situation. And so, for instance, in a conversation about race, the thing that's really going to be the biggest emotional barrier for the other side is the fact that over the course of their entire life, they've been told that people who have a negative racial impact are racists, and racists are bad people. And when you let them know that something that they did that they thought was benign had a negative racial impact, now in that moment in front of you, they have to reconcile with the fact that I am I a bad person now? And so that's where the defensiveness comes in, because they want you to know, I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. It's an important thing for them. And so when we're talking about acknowledging the emotion, what we need to say is, listen, I don't think you did this intentionally, and I don't think you're a bad person. It sounds like you're afraid of the way that other people will see you after this situation. Acknowledge how they feel. You're not, and here's the thing, you're not letting them off the hook. You're still holding them accountable, but you're making sure that you're doing it in a way that doesn't trigger shame. And that's very important.
So do you advise like saying that even if you do think the person meant it?
That's a really good question. That's a really good question. Here's the thing. I have a chapter in my book called the Alluring Trap of Intent. And really what it comes down to is it's really hard to figure out somebody's intent. So think about it. We've all had the situation where we've made New Year's resolutions, and we promised ourselves, we made it publicly, listen, this is what I'm going to do. And we never do it. We never do it, right? And so there's a disconnect between what we said and what we actually did. Were we lying? I mean, it's hard to say. But so from the way that I see it, is I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, not for their sake, but for mine. Because for me, I know that in my conversations, I perform a lot better if I don't think that the person is evil. So the way that I think about it is, I think this person is doing the very best that they can in this situation. Right now, the very best that they can is not very good. So my job is to help them through this process. And that comes out in my tone. And so now they're not as defensive. Talking about trust, they feel more trusting and open to you, and it makes them a lot more willing to adjust. But if our tone is off, and that's why we have the term compassion here, if the tone is off, they're going to retract. They're going to get defensive. They're not going to listen, and they're just going to counter every point you make, no matter how good it is.
Okay. And so obviously practice is required, right? In terms of
yes,
that's the approach. Important. Why?
Yeah. And so because it's not natural. This is not a natural response. Who wants to do this? I'm the aggrieved party. And so I need to be compassionate and care about your feelings. Man, that sucks. I mean, it really does. But the thing is, the way I look at it is that we have a choice. We can either be right or we can be persuasive. Sometimes those things aren't the same thing. And what I mean by that is that we can approach this from a rights-based perspective where we're saying, I'm right, you're wrong, you need to change. And if our path to victory is contingent upon the person, if the path to victory is contingent upon the person accepting the fact that I am both wrong, a racist, and a bad person in order for you to win, man, good luck.
Expert master negotiator there.
Right.
Okay. And so, so let's say a person is dealing with, racism from a manager. Isn't it difficult to have everybody agree that something is racist? Would you say there's like a different tactic they should say instead of like emphasizing on that this is racist? Because clearly only until now are some people starting this, a lot of white people starting to admit that things are racist.
Right. And for me, it's I focus a lot on semantics, and I focus a lot on my goal. Is my goal here to get the person to admit that they are racist? Or is my goal to create a more equitable environment? If I could, hypothetically, get diversity on my board without the person having to say, I am a racist, is that worth it? And it depends on your approach. Because for you, again, you have to win the internal negotiation before the external. Because sometimes for you, that is a necessity. And if that is a necessity, it changes the way that you approach the conversation. But if it's not, if you're just focused on the end goal, then it can change the way that you approach it. And so somebody might say, yes, I need them to admit that. Okay, then you need to structure your approach around that, around that need, that emotional need. That's legitimate, right? It's not wrong, it's legit.
Yeah.
But then when you think about it the other way, okay, maybe I don't use the term racist, But what we can say is what we thought was benign had a disparate racial impact. We didn't know now then, but we know now. And now we have the opportunity to make a change. And I think that's the tack that I would use, but I'm not going to force that on anybody. I think it's important to recognize too that not all of these racial injustices are created equally. And so having a board that isn't diverse, that's one kind of issue. Having somebody say the N-word in an email, okay, hey, we don't need to look too deeply into intent there to figure out what's going on.
Right.
So it's a different approach.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So what about a person who is just so anti like confrontation and someone who is honestly just like afraid to speak up or say anything? Is it possible for them to get to the stage, you think, where they're negotiating for, some racial justice in the workplace?
Absolutely. And here's the thing, because if you look at the TED Talk and the book, it's all about me recovering from being a people pleaser. And so that's why the book's called Nobody Will Play With Me. It was a childhood experience on the playground that made me say at that time, listen, I was rejected. Nobody would play with me. I was different. I was the only Black kid at school, had a strong Caribbean accent. Now I can code switch. And so I said, you know what? I'm never going to feel rejected again. Everybody's going to like me. But as a result of that, it made it really difficult for me to stand up for myself in difficult conversations, because I said I worked too hard to get these friendships, and so I'm going to let these things go. Now we bring that same mentality to the workplace. I worked too hard to get this job, and now I'm going to rock the boat like this. I'm afraid of that. I can't. The economy's bad. I don't want to lose this, and that's legitimate. And so that's why the first 60% of my book is about finding confidence using the principles of psychology. That's my undergrad degree. I wanted to be a therapist, somehow become a lawyer. Still wondering.
You're still a therapist in a different sense, I feel like.
You see that, right? But you have to, there is a method. And so what I like people to do if they're struggling with this is through a process called mastering the mundane. So every day we're presented with opportunities to stand up, say something. It might be something small. Maybe somebody gets your order wrong at a restaurant. Typically you would just let it go. Okay, today's the day. You're going to stand up and say something. And so as you start to practice doing that and standing up for yourself, the requests become bigger and bigger and bigger. And then as you start to develop that confidence, it makes it a lot easier for you to stand up for yourself when it really matters in the workplace, when it comes to these difficult conversations, especially about race.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Like exercising a muscle.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, Nigel Joseph in the chat, he said, Caribbean Brother, is your book on audio?
Man, isn't that embarrassing? A podcaster does not have his book on audio. Listen, I have no excuse. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there
soon. And what's the name of the book?
So
or where can people find it?
Yeah, Amazon. So it's currently Nobody Will Play With Me. How to find confidence in conflict. But it will change to finding confidence in conflict, how to negotiate anything and live your best life. So that'll probably happen in the next week or so.
Yes. Okay. And so what if someone's listening right now who isn't feeling that they're on the negative end of like racial justice, where they kind of have like racial privilege at work, but they want to be like an ally to and in solidarity with a colleague who is on the receiving end of racial injustice? What's something they can do?
Yeah, I think the first thing is just, first of all, kudos to you, because it's not something that you have to do, but it shows who you are as a person, that you want to do that. So kudos, just first of all there. And then next, I think we need to listen. That's the first thing we need to do. Get a better perspective, because given your life experience, it's going to be different. So you have to learn and understand more. And then again, just use the framework, acknowledge emotions. Patrice, I recognize what happened to you and I want to apologize. I know that must have been tough for you. Next step, get curious with compassion. So what is it that I can do as a friend to support you? and then joint problem solving. Okay, now what do I do? What do you do? How can I be more supportive? Those type of things. We transition into talking about next steps. How do we help? So I think in my 13-second rundown, that's a quick and easy way to at least get started.
Yeah.
But I think the take home is you have to do something.
Yeah, just don't sit there silent.
Exactly.
Well, everybody, it's crazy. Our time is up. But
Wow,
I definitely recommend going to Kwame's website. Either he or somebody else will put it in the chat. He's excellent. When he says he's passionate about negotiations, this is like fun for him. He loves and he loves helping people figure everything out. So hit up his info and website, and you can check me out at patricepeck.com. And I Speak Patrice on social media. And thank you, Abigail, and everybody at Power to Fly for having us.
Thank you both so much. I have to say, I actually almost missed on the time because I'm just like listening. I'm like, oh shoot! Like I gotta. So
awesome.
thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
This was great.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
So before we get into the next speakers, I just want to go through a couple of our usual housekeeping things. As a reminder, you're on the inclusion track right now. Don't forget, you can always hop over and check out our other tracks going on: Impact, Future of Work, and Engineering. We have phenomenal speakers across all of them, but we're also very happy to have you right here with us on the inclusion track. If this is your first experience with Power to Fly at the summit, just so you know, we do a lot of daily virtual chats. In fact, we do them daily, not the weekends. We do like to take some time off, but we hope that you'll come back and join us even after the summit, that we're so glad to have you here. For this upcoming talk, as a reminder, your cameras and audio will remain off, but we do still want to hear what you've got to say. So please feel free to put any comments in the chat and any questions in the Q&A. We'll get to as many as possible. If you have any technical difficulties, feel free to ping me or my colleague Sarah on the line, and we'll try to help you through any of that. If you're looking for SHRM credits, check out the top left corner of the screen. You will see a code there that you can redeem for your professional development credits. Sorry, it's like my list that I go through every time, and you'd think I would know it by now, right? Yes, one other thing. So don't forget, check out Code of Conduct in the chat. You all have been amazing. For the past 3 days, you guys have had amazing questions, amazing commentary around these incredible speakers that we've had. So I'm not too worried, but just make sure to play nice. So this is a great experience for all of us. Again, not worried. You guys have been fantastic. It's been truly a pleasure. But otherwise, without further ado, I'm very, very happy to bring on our next round of speakers. The topic is getting formerly incarcerated women hired. We're joined by Lauren Bell, Fair Chance Development Manager at Checker, Topeka K. Sam, Founder and Executive Director of the Ladies of Hope Ministries, and Janos Martin, Lawyer and Criminal Justice Reformer. Very happy to pass it on to you all.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, PowerFly, for putting this together. I'm really excited for this conversation that we have coming up for the next hour. We have two fantastic speakers with enormous experience in this field who are going to talk through this issue. Just to give a little context, my name is Janos Martin. I'm a civil rights attorney and have worked in criminal justice reform for a long time. And I've also known Catherine Zaleski for a long time. And when she reached out about this issue, I said, this is an incredibly important issue under normal circumstances, right? We're always trying to figure out how we can get people on a track to success after incarceration. But particularly, we started putting this panel together really right at the exact same time the protests were starting around the country. And I can't think of a more important issue to talk about than what justice looks like for formerly incarcerated people in the economy. You've seen people on the streets demanding justice. I think it starts with policing and how communities interact with law enforcement. But at the end of the day, we need to give people a chance to, succeed in this 21st century economy. And there's a lot, we can be doing a lot better than we're doing now. But if we follow the lead of people like Topeka and Lauren, I think we can get to a better place soon. So what I'm going to do is ask each of them a couple questions about their careers at this point, their work in this area. We got a couple questions specifically about successes and obstacles to having better outcomes for formerly incarcerated women in the workplace. And then of course, we'll turn to whatever questions you all have in the chat. So I'll probably start looking at the chat about 30 minutes in or so if you want to hold on to your burning questions. So Topeka, I'm going to start with you. You're the founder and executive director of Ladies of Hope Ministries. I know that's just one of a few hats that you wear in the criminal justice movement. Before we get into the sort of technical, granular questions around employment, can you just share with folks a little bit about your story, how you came to this moment?
Absolutely. Well, thank you again. I echo you, Janos, around Power to Fly, and including me, and actually doing a panel specifically around women's issues and incarceration and employment and opportunities post-incarceration. So thank you so much. So just a little bit about myself. Prior to going to prison, I went to college. I was division chairperson for Amtrak for New York and DC. I also owned a business. And though through all of the things and the disparities that I noticed, once I landed in federal prison on a drug conspiracy charge, I knew that women were being criminalized for poverty. Women were being criminalized for years of sexual abuse and violence. And there were opportunities that were lacking. Poverty was also being criminalized, and substance misuse. And so while I was incarcerated, I started really putting together the organization that I founded once I came home, which was the Ladies of Hope Ministries. And what we did and do is look at what is a holistic approach to making sure that women have the things that they need in order to transform their lives. So while advocacy is incredibly important, and whether you're looking at it from the lens of business and or legislative advocacy for policy recommendations and change for conditions of confinement or even decarceration, we knew that people can't advocate, even think about work or employment or anything like that if they have they do not have a safe place to live and food to eat. And so the first bucket of work that we do is direct service and sustainability. And that actually approaches the work through housing and food. We have Hope House, which is a safe housing space for women and girls in the Bronx and now also in New Orleans. We also have our food insecurity program through, it's called Angel Food Project, which partners with Instacart, Fairway, Whole Foods, and other actual supermarkets around not only New York, but also Connecticut, New Jersey. We scaled because of COVID, Georgia, Florida, and now Louisiana, to make sure that families impacted by incarceration and or COVID now have access to fresh food, bags of donations 7 days a week, every 365 days a year. What we also found was that having employment and sustainable employment and career development opportunities is also essential around sustainability, right? So we created Pathways for Equity, which is a new partnership that we have with Virgin Unite, who supports that work, where we will be partnering with 450 corporations through their B team around the globe that's going to want to support second chance hiring through our training, career, and development track. Fortunately, when I came home from prison, I had a girlfriend that I went to college with who actually owned her own business. And so she created a job for me, because as I began to apply for jobs or being told the type of jobs I needed to apply for, which did not fit in my skill set, and two, what it was that I wanted to do, it was very discouraging. So for example, I was told I needed to go take a 16-week course on training around Microsoft Office and development, when I actually could have taught the course because of the skill set that I had prior. Or I was told that I needed to go because they have non-traditional workforce in development, and so I need to go work at this construction site, when in actuality, I would have wanted to own my own construction company, but not put a hard hat on and go to a site. So it's this idea that it's a one size fits all. And when you're looking to transition, one, based on a lifestyle, based on social skills that you have, and even transferable skills based on things that you may have learned through whatever different system that you're in, community that you're in, educational opportunities that you've had, it's important that we're giving people opportunities based on what it is that they feel that they love to do, just like any of us, right? You go to college, or you seek training, secondary education in order to have opportunities around employment in a field that you want. Sometimes you will start in entry-level positions to get where you need to go. But when people are coming home from prison, It's not that way. You're told you need to work in certain fields, doing certain things because this is who is willing to hire you. And that's not going to have a person be proud of what they're doing to have an opportunity to truly sustain themselves and their family, but also be productive in society, in the community that actually has them change. And so through some of the policy work that we've done around dignity for incarcerated women, making sure we're changing conditions of confinement, but also around the First Step Act, making sure that formerly incarcerated people have a right to go back into the prison in order to train and develop other incarcerated people, because those of us who've been successful knows exactly what we need in order to succeed and transform our lives. So we are really excited because right now, the way we look at everything is that, one, when we think about diversity and inclusion, right, we need to expand what that looks like. It's not only people based on race, religion, gender, even gender identity, that it also needs to include life experiences, right? That so often people are actually excluded for certain processes because of an experience that they had, when in fact, the experience of incarceration actually gave me another skill set and actually the ability to want to build and grow and do a movement for this work. And so when you think about the type of talent that you're losing by actually discriminating against, because that's exactly what it is, based on some discriminating against someone based on one singular act that happened in their life, you are doing a disservice, not only to the individual, whose it's everyone's responsibility to help, but also to your own corporation or business, because now you're not even looking at talent that would be loyal, that would be willing to learn, and that would grow through a sustainable track if given the opportunity.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Tobika. I mean, you hit so many notes there that we're going to dig into for the rest of the hour, right? We're going to come back and talk about some of the advocacy work that you've done and why it's important to women coming home into the workplace. We're going to talk about some of the talent that people are leaving on the table, which is what you just ended with. I think that's such an important point to unpack in this hour. Lauren, let's go to you. First of all, that's a great Zoom background. I have to compliment you.
It's my apartment.
And yeah. And so tell us a little bit about, I mean, you're at Checkr now, you're the Fair Chance Development Manager, but you've worked in this field for a long time in a lot of different roles. So can you tell us a little bit about how you got to this point and what you've learned along the way about this issue?
Yes, definitely. First of all, I just want to say hi to Ms. Topeka Sam. I do know some of the folks that you know in San Francisco, and your reputation just precedes you. So thank you for everything that you do. Really appreciate you. And then of course to Power to Fly. It is a pleasure for Checkr to be at this table. As Jano said, I am Lauren Bell. I'm the Fair Chance Development Manager at Checkr, which is a background check startup company. Prior to coming to Checkr, I spent 25 years working in nonprofits in the city, really addressing crime and violence in communities. For the last 14 years, I worked in the city and county of San Francisco with the DA's office, with the mayor's office, and for the last 8 years with the adult probation department. Our work, of course, had a women's gender responsive focus, and there's such good reasons why. In recent decades, women's incarceration has grown at twice the pace of men. Black women are almost twice as likely to be incarcerated as white women. Black women are disproportionately impacted on every point of the criminal justice spectrum, and they really bear the weight of an unjust system. And a perfect example is going to be one that so many of you already know about, but you might remember back in 2011, the case with Miss Tanya McDowell, a Black woman who was sentenced to 5 years in prison for sending her 5-year-old son across school district lines. And compared to the more recent scandals of more affluent families who were involved in college admission scandals, they received very little time. And even though the charges and the convictions were a little bit different, you certainly can see the outrageousness of sentencing. The outrageousness of sentencing differences. The compound impacts of incarcerating women are enormous. Obviously, families get torn apart. Children oftentimes have to go into foster care. And women really serve as the pillars in a lot of their communities. So communities get torn apart. some people might say, you know, well, somebody shouldn't have committed the crime and that would have been prevented. But to that, I just remind people of the example that I just gave and the unfair way that our system works. Most women, as Topeka just said, they're in jails and prisons for non-serious, non-violent, drug-related offenses. Topeka, I watched your TED Talk. I mean, people going to prison for 20 years on simple marijuana possession or trumped up drug charges is ridiculous, and it has to change, and we need a lot of people to come forward and really make this change. I left my job with the city in February, and I did it because I went to a Checker event, and it was focused on fair chance hiring, and I got really interested in how can the private sector, how can businesses get involved in work that almost always is centered on the nonprofit and public sector world. And with everything that's going on, this feeling of like we have to do more collectively. So I started working at Checker in February. And when I left my work, people were like, wow, that's so weird. How can you go work at a background check company, a service that historically limits job opportunities for people? And I said to them, I'm doing it specifically because of that. As Topeka was also saying, background checks play a major role in what kind of jobs people can access. If we're not strategic, if we're not smart, if we're not caring about how we're using background checks, people will continue to be excluded from opportunities based on their conviction alone. There are smart, kind, talented, wonderful people that get overlooked for jobs because of a conviction that's 2, 3, 4 years old and completely unrelated to the job to which they're applying for. So I want to tell you a little bit more about what Checker does, but I want to pause there and turn it back over to Janos and see what's next.
Absolutely. And we're definitely going to dig into what Checker does in a minute. And, you know, like you, I was actually, when I first heard background check company, you know, my eyebrows raised until I saw that you have a different approach to doing this. So I look forward to digging into that in a second. Topeka, we're going to talk, you know, as this hour goes on about some of the very specific things that that companies can do to hire women and that women can do to be better situated to be hired. But can you talk a little bit about what needs to happen in the advocacy space or what kind of issues you've worked on either recently or in your career specifically around giving people access to opportunity? Because this has been a historic problem that we're only starting to rectify really recently. So I was hoping you could touch on that.
Oh, for sure. So some of the work that I've seen being done around second chance hiring or just hiring people with convictions is around removing the box on applications. The problem with that though, and you know, I have a funny story that I'm going to share. So outside of me only working for one of my best friends when I came home, I also end up working for Instacart. And Instacart is a food delivery service, on-demand food delivery service. And one of my best friends, she was like, hey, I'm working for Instacart and I make $1,000 a week delivering groceries. And I was like, $1,000 a week delivering groceries, you know, that's easy, I can do that. So I decided to work with them because it was part-time. I was actually in the halfway house still. And that's, you know, we can talk about what that looks like. Because while you're in the halfway house, you are required to find employment. And they, at the time, took 25% of your gross income, whatever it was, no matter how large or small, in order to pay for the bed that's already being paid for by the federal government. So as I started working there, I came in an entry-level position and it was shopping for groceries. I hate the supermarket, just to tell everyone, but it was shopping for groceries. And they saw my resume and my skill set and asked me if I wanted to work in HR. Meanwhile, I have an ankle shackle, I call it, ankle monitor on. And so I had to hide that. I went through the background check, but because at the time I had a federal conviction, it didn't come up because it was only a local background check. Nonetheless, I was then asked to do background checks. And so at that time now, I'm doing background checks on people. And what was great about them is that they didn't discriminate. Really, I was given the autonomy to look and see if people had certain open cases based on like burglary or different things that would impact if they wanted to be a delivery person. So, you know, look, you have an open case for burglary. We're not sure we're going to hire you in a delivery person's position in order to go into someone's house to deliver things if it's open. But they were really, really good about giving people second chance hiring. But what I did learn through that experience was, though New York at the time had removed opportunity to, or removed the recommendations or requirements to check the box, people still then consented to a background check. So it really didn't do anything different. You would have this conditional employment that would allow you to work at this business, and you can be doing great, coming to work early, taking extra hours, being employee of the month, and then your background checks comes back and you get immediately terminated because, as we all know, most states are at-will employers or at-will work employment companies, and people can fire for any reason. And that's what was happening. And so what I would see, at least from there, in that position I was in, I was able to communicate with staff and let them know, like, hey, we shouldn't terminate this person because this came back. This is what they showed, and you should judge a person based on what they're presently demonstrating and not based on something that potentially may have happened 10, 20, 30 years ago. And so around the advocacy piece that we see that's happening right now in this country around removing the box, though a step, it doesn't go far enough, right? That when people have completed their time, there's already a million barriers. I mean, I'm saying a million, but it's over 40,000 barriers that every single person has in re-entry after coming home from prison. And let's not forget that in this country, there are 70 million people with criminal convictions. That's in the country. So those range from a person who might have a low level misdemeanor to a person who may have a felony. But yet, if you're always going to be judged by the one thing that you may have done that, you know, and every one of us have a checkered past. Some of us may not, you know, have gone to prison for some of the things, but we do also know, as Lauren pointed out, how disproportionately it impacts communities, women and communities of color. That we really need to begin to give opportunities and stop looking at, all right, this person's background check comes back, I'm just going to automatically terminate them, with actually giving them an opportunity to continue to work and build out a new relationship with the employer.
Thank you. That's great. And to pitch it over to Lauren, given what Topeka just teed up, you know, I've hired a number of formerly incarcerated people in my last couple of jobs at ACLU and Just Leadership USA, and advised a number of people going through the employment process. And you know, sometimes you have misdemeanors in your background, you know, you can explain it away. I've worked with a lot of people who have very unfortunate felonies on their record. You know, they're a completely different person than they were when they committed that crime years ago. But it's a pretty ugly mark when you pull it up on the background check, and it's cost people jobs. So in your role, how do you know, you can talk more generally about what you do, but I would love to hear you to share, how do you handle those situations where you may have somebody who has had a serious conviction, but they're working really hard to turn their life around and want to be given an opportunity now?
Definitely. Thanks so much. And I want to give a little context about how Checkr started, because I think it speaks to the power of connection and the power of getting to know people. Because you're right, on paper, sometimes when you see something and you make a judgment, you think you know that person, and you don't. So there's so many different steps that can be taken to address that. It is a reality. So our founders were our two software engineers, Daniel Yanis and Jonathan Perricone. They initially created Checkr because they were looking for a technology that could be seamlessly integrated into people's business practices. And at an early time in the startup, of course, they wore a ton of different hats. And one of the hats that they wore was answering questions from candidates who would call in to ask questions about the criminal record that they had gotten. And they listened, and they learned so much. They learned about the person whose record was inaccurate, you know, a dismissed charge still showing up, a conviction that was expunged that was still there. And then other people also talked about not getting a job, as I mentioned earlier, for a conviction that felt so unrelated to the job that they were applying for. And so they really started to think about what kind of technology they wanted to be building and all of the dimensions of it. They wanted to make sure that motivated people, hardworking, talented people weren't being overlooked just because of this record. And so they got into sort of a mission-driven, fair chance employment business that's focused on background checks. We have a technology that streamlines the background check process, but ensures that we don't have the situation where there's incidental harm to job seekers. They leaned into the challenge of how to do this and how to get it right, and kind of what it looks like are various products that are built into our background check. So our mission is to build a fairer future by improving understanding of the past. And our operating principle is that we reduce barriers to employment, but not the performance bar. So the technology, I'm just going to tell you about a few features because it's actually relevant to the conversation. But one of the features really encourages employers to think through what the EEOC calls the nature, time, nature assessment of a conviction. What was it? How old is it? And how directly related is it to a job that somebody is applying for? So Checkers team, our customer support team, will talk to employers. What are your bottom line adjudication needs? Where can you stretch your boundaries a little bit so that your candidate pool is bigger, which would include more people with criminal records? This opens up a lot of opportunities for people when employers are willing to really think critically like this. A second feature, and Topeka was talking about this sort of in her role as an HR person, she kind of did some of this. What we've also done is automated some of that communication, some of that contextualizing about the criminal history through something that we call candidate stories. So it's actually built into the technology, and both the employers and the candidates have access to it. So when somebody is likely going to receive a post-adverse notice because of their record, we can automate a system that lets the candidate know that this is going to happen. The candidate can provide additional information into the system that goes directly to the employer. So they could say, hey, this record is wrong and we need to fix it. And of course, that's in part the company's responsibility. But it also gives a little bit more information about who that person is. You know, for example, I was 19, I made a really bad decision. Since then, I've done all of this other stuff, and here's what I've become. And I'm really motivated to get this job. So these candidate stories, thousands of people have been putting information in about their records and about who they are. And it's really starting to open up opportunities for people with jobs. Another really important one is expungement, clean slate. We'll talk a little bit more on the legislative front in a minute, but we collect a lot of data. And so we've automated a system where we can actually see if there are convictions that are eligible for expungement. And we're automating a process where we let candidates know, hey, we're seeing something that actually could be expunged. And we create a communication between a candidate and a third-party enterprise that has expertise in processing expungements. And we're just launching that now. And so we're going to get that service off the ground with the obvious reason, the more we can clear somebody's records, the more we're mitigating some of the bias that, that people face. Checker is also a fair chance employer ourselves, and we're really committed to it. About 4.4% of our colleagues are people who are previously incarcerated. We looked at what our bottom line risks were. The only exclusion we have to hiring is people who are convicted of PII crimes or identity theft kind of crimes. Everything else is open. We have individuals who have done decades of time for really serious crimes. They are hardworking, accountable, some of the most beloved colleagues that we have at Checker. And they also have the lowest attrition. And as Topeka was saying earlier, loyalty, motivation, all of the qualities that any employer wants to see in an employee. Right now, it's only about 25% of our fair chance talent are women. And generally in the tech industry, I think we all know that everybody needs to push harder to hire and promote women. And lastly, we publicly champion fair chance hiring. There's some employers that are still really nervous about it. What will our customers think? We want folks to understand the stories that we're talking about here today, that fair chance hiring adds to the vitality of your business, the creativity, obviously in some cases, the diversity of your business. There are so many wins to fair chance talent, and there's really, to not have it is, kind of driven by myths and stereotypes and misinformation. So I'm really happy that this conversation is happening because we have to keep chipping away at this. I'll just close with, businesses have a really important role to play, and we'll talk in a little while about how you can play a role.
Fantastic. Well, that was a great summary. And I don't know, maybe we can like drop Checker's website into the chat or something, so people can take a look at it later. Topeka, well, I'm going to go back to you with this as well, Lauren, but for both of you, really, starting with Topeka, we have a question, what was the most challenging part of your transition? But I also want to globalize that answer, right, in terms of reentry. I mean, as you talked about, you had professional experience and education and things like that. So I guess you can answer that question. What was the most challenging part about your transition? But if you could expand the answer too, and recognizing that there are a lot of folks where it's almost like not giving folks a second chance, but a first chance to really engage in this economy, and are there unique challenges that women coming home from prison experience as they try to enter the workplace?
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think you just hit it, Janos, around that, right? The fact that people are coming home, women specifically, there are the unique challenges of being primary caregivers of dependent children. Over 85% of all women who've been incarcerated are mothers of young children. So having to navigate the system of coming home, in most cases, finding where are my kids? Sometimes they were engaged or engulfed in the system of foster care or being with foster parents, losing custody of the children, having to fight to get them back, needing to get housing so that they can get out of shelter systems that we also know are terribly harmful, specifically for women when women are getting abused, misused, and mistreated in these systems. There's a woman by our office in Harlem where I see her every single day. There's a shelter across the street, and she stands outside all day long because, one, they have to leave. She has all of these bags, and I've offered her opportunities to come to Hope House. I've given her my card. I even asked if she wanted to come and sit in the office. If it's cold, if it's raining, she stands out there because the shelters kick them out. And then if she's not there by a specific time, she could potentially lose her bed. So thinking about that, thinking about people who are on probation or parole. There's 4.7 million people in this country presently under surveillance through probation or parole. So what do they do when you have probation officers that arbitrarily want to come up to the places of employment and harass people, which then also creates a hostile environment for other employees there, opposed to working with them. So, there are all of these issues that women are facing, but really for me, and I think for many women or people, period, across the country with convictions, you are walking out already with a scarlet letter, if you will, and this idea of who you are without people even meeting you. This idea of you want to be able to live freely and to be honest, but if you say something on an application before a person even actually has the ability to meet you, will they just throw your application in the trash? Will they pass you because they see you have a conviction? And the fact that, yes, there are people who have violence or categorize violent crimes. But as we know with women specifically, it's usually around abuse of violence. So while I have reported for years the abuse that my partner is putting on not only myself and my children, then I have to take matters in my own hands because no one is helping me. I have to save myself. Someone gets harmed after years of me being harmed, and then I go into prison. Yet most people who are categorized with violent crimes, to Lauren's point, they have the lowest level of recidivism going back, right? Because these are isolated events. And so I think that, people, I would really like people, especially in the climate that's happening right now, to understand if you want to have safe communities, if you want to make sure that our communities are growing and people are having opportunities, it is the responsibility of all of us to make sure that we are opening up those opportunities in ways that invites all people in, to apply and also have a fair chance and opportunity to begin to transform and sustain their lives.
Awesome, thank you. So Lauren, same question to you. And if there's a piece of it that you could tack on, it's perhaps if you have some HR perspective on onboarding people in this situation, right? I mean, I've found that, especially for folks who've come home fairly recently, there's additional challenges with just, what some people would consider routine paperwork. But if it delays somebody getting their check by 2 weeks when they're trying to pay bills on their way home, it creates additional challenges. So in addition to the basic question about obstacles women coming home from prison face in the workplace, anything from your experience in terms of onboarding people so that they can succeed?
Yeah, I think an important point. I mean, Checker is a business. We aren't a program. It's not a vocational training program. So once somebody is hired, they are hired. They are our colleagues. Their criminal record isn't something that gets talked about, to be perfectly honest, except in the case of our mission-driven aspect of our business. So people get processed in the same way as somebody without a criminal record. It's a huge priority for us that everyone realizes that we are all equals. We're one team at Checker. So there's not so much the obstacles. I think for somebody who maybe was inside for a long time, might not have all of the computer literacy skills or whatever other needs they have. Certainly we all have needs. So we wrap it around in a way of like, what are your performance goals? So it's pretty straightforward on that front. I did want to loop back to several things that Topeka said too, because I was really thinking about what does impede success. And I'm sure there's a lot of people on this call that are very familiar with the criminal justice system, but in the event they aren't, I just want to highlight a few things that Topeka said. Prison sentences and everything that goes along with it has a profound effect on somebody when they come home. Obviously, Topeka said this too. I mean, the resilience, the strength, the charisma that one garners through going through a system like the one that we have in the United States is immense. And they are all qualities that we look for when we're looking to hire in our colleagues. But it is hard. And when I was thinking about this conversation, I was looking back through books that I have. And of course, most of us in the criminal justice world have at least one copy of The New Jim Crow. And I was looking through that book. And, one of the quotes from Michelle Alexander is that once people are swept into the system, the chance to be free is slim, often to the vanishing point. And it sounds so dire. But when I thought about it and I thought about what people confront, it is absolutely something that we need to look at, from labor discrimination based on criminal record and race, the occupational licensing barriers that were previously mentioned, collateral consequences aside, just occupational licensing barriers in the country. There's about 10,000 barriers to just getting a license. If I studied addiction in custody and I want to come out and become a chemical dependency clinician, I might not be able to get that license because of my criminal history. There's a problem with that when somebody is trying to succeed and they can't take those steps. Income benefits restrictions for somebody who has a drug conviction, housing restrictions related to a drug conviction, Pell Grant restrictions related to a drug conviction. As was mentioned, excessive probation and parole requirements where people have to juggle so many different responsibilities. So the summary is sometimes no employment, unstable housing, limited access to training, and barriers to resources that can support you. And yet the system says to somebody, still don't commit crimes. And if you do, we're going to send you back to jail or prison as a result of it. There's something so foul about that. It is unreasonable for our society to say to somebody that we want you to step into your own personal responsibility and be the best that you can be, and then to strip that person of every opportunity that they can take to make it happen. It's absolutely immoral and unjust. And it's things that we all need to change. To get back to kind of the point at hand, it is going to take a collective to make these changes, because people have been working hard for a really long time to get this done. And there's never been a more ripe time to do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there is so much that we can do collectively to change our laws, to change our corporate practices. But I intentionally phrased the questions in this order so that we can come back on a positive note, because you've both touched on this briefly, but I want us to sort of dig into it. Starting with Topeka. What are employers missing out on if they don't engage here? You had mentioned in one of your answers, the talent that people are leaving on the table. I would love to just make space for that question. What are sort of skills and talents that you've seen, both of you in your experience, that people tend to ignore when they dismiss people based on their criminal records?
No, right. I mean, when a person who's been through something as devastating as incarceration, and having worked as hard as they have in prison for 5 cents an hour, and then come home and given an opportunity to have a sustainable life and living, you are getting a hard worker in a person, because not only do they realize that you've taken a chance on them, you have someone who is going to grow and build with your corporation and likely could even run it one day. I think that, so often we look to, college graduates, certain colleges to pull from talent, opposed to looking at people based on their life experiences, because you want to be able to train and develop people. Most companies offer training and development when they bring new hires in anyway. Every single person needs to be trained and developed into a new position that they're transitioning to, regardless of what their career development skills have been, how long their career path has been. So I feel like, and also missing out on the opportunity of really helping to build and grow someone's life. I mean, it feels good when you know that you are imparting opportunities to someone. It feels good to know that you are giving someone an opportunity who most of the world is pushing away. I think that, and on top of all of that, when people are being released from prison, I think it's within the first 6 months, you get a WOTC credit, a work opportunity tax credit, where it's up to $9,600 a year that you can receive for hiring a person with a conviction straight out of prison. So, I mean, it's all of these things that corporations are missing that are actually attributes and helping with their companies, but yet because of usually it's personal biases, and it may not even be a person on a higher level. The CEO of the company may be okay with it, understanding their checkered past, but it's usually the newly graduated HR person who makes the decisions, who haven't had a level of lived experience, and who doesn't want to take the chance because they feel that that chance will be a poor reflection on them if something happens. And so I think, us as just, the people of this country, it's incredibly important that we are taking our time and really looking within ourselves and saying, listen, whether I had an opportunity to have an education, knowing the things that some people had. Everyone didn't get a free ride to school. Everyone didn't get an opportunity to have someone walk them into the job. Everyone's family is not rich or wealthy and can get an internship at the next school, thing. Everyone doesn't go to Stanford or an Ivy League school where the talent is being pulled from there just because their resume says they went to that university. I think that if you open up those opportunities and understand, you will get just as good, if not better, in my opinion, better, because you have people who know that this opportunity could maybe be their last, and they are going to give what many of your other employees will not. And so just give people these opportunities. That's it. All we need is an opportunity. That's all.
Great. Same question to you, Lauren.
Yeah, so I'm going to build on that by kind of talking about what employers can do. And I mean, there was a time I feel like businesses felt like that social issues weren't necessarily in their bailiwick, that they hired and, produced goods and services. And I think as our current times are showing is that businesses absolutely can no longer disassociate from social issues. And, there's a couple reasons. I think more and more consumers are looking for businesses that take on social responsibility with pride. I think an unfortunate example is with CrossFit. Their former CEO put out a tweet that was disparaging to the Black Lives Matter movement and what had happened to Mr. George Floyd. And the backlash was swift and fierce. And it was, deserved. Businesses associated with CrossFit have started to pull away from the CrossFit name as a result. Businesses don't want to see that happening. And so there's a motivation to embrace kind of the sign of the times, the social issues that we're facing. And the second important reason why you can't disassociate is on the, very positive side of having a younger generation of people working in businesses is that they are using their voices differently. They are saying, we demand that our business take responsibility for this. I'm new to the tech sector, but I've been pretty blown away by how vocal everybody in our company has been around what are we going to do to demonstrate that we are a company that takes a stand on what's going on. So I think there are some pretty easy operational and kind of legislative steps that folks can take. So I'm just going to run through them pretty quickly. Operationally, I wish we could see a show of hands of how many people on the call even know what adjudication parameters are in their background checks right now. Most people just don't know. So talk to your HR, sit down with them, learn about that. Think about what are your bottom line needs, so to speak, or risks, and take a chance and expand your adjudication parameters a little bit further. Checker's got a really great online course. It's a Fair Assessor course. It's at fairassess.com, and it'll walk you through very comprehensively steps that you can take to reduce bias and increase fairness in your hiring. SHRM was mentioned earlier. SHRM's president, Mr. Johnny Taylor Jr., he's using the SHRM platform to say, hire people with conviction histories and telling people why. He's getting very vocal about it. We are soon going to release a playbook that's a nuts and bolts guide for businesses for how you can implement a fair chance program at your business. Other simple steps, you have a budget. Talk to your finance and administration team about procuring goods and services from Black-owned businesses or businesses that hire people who are previously incarcerated. There's Give Something Back is an office supply. Guayaki and Clean Tea Drinks both hire people who are in recovery or previously incarcerated. And then also put a mission line item in your budget. We partner with groups like Defy Ventures who do in-custody work to train people in entrepreneurship. So a couple times a year, this was pre-COVID, but a couple times a year, groups of employees would go into the prisons with Defy to talk with folks about career readiness and about careers. And the experience, the employees probably left with more knowledge than the inmates were left with when the program was completed. And lastly, I'll say, fund a couple of fireside chats. I listened to one the other day between Slack and the most amazing Brian Stevenson. And it was an opportunity for Slack employees, and they're already a fair chance employer, but for those employees to continue to learn about the impact of mass incarceration on our communities. So bring in speakers, bring in people like Ms. Topeka Sam, Alicia Garza from Black Lives Matter, or Dorsey Nunn from All of Us Are None, and pay them. I think what we hear a lot of times is business leaders will get paid thousands of dollars to do a presentation, and sometimes somebody from the movement world will get $250 and parking reimbursement. And that's not an equitable move either. This is an easy way to get some equity in the movement here. Legislation, I mentioned Clean Slate earlier. There's simple ways that either as individuals or businesses, call your legislators from your office desk. Once you know about different bills, your voice as a business on the legislative front is powerful, maybe even more powerful than a nonprofit, because you're hiring people. You're not the most common voice in this conversation. So call them. I know Topeka has worked with Dream Corps. They have hashtag #Cut50. Alliance for Safety and Justice has hashtag Time Done. Follow them on Twitter. You will start to learn about the legislative efforts that need to happen. And again, pick up the phone, know your legislator, and just call folks. And very lastly, I'll say, don't be scared to make a bold statement. I mentioned earlier, employers are nervous sometimes about taking a stand on this front. This is the time now to say we are going to take a stand on this front. Make a bold statement. Checker, to the happiness of many of us, has declared Juneteenth as a company holiday. And folks at Checker got emotional about it. You know, that if you think about it, how ridiculous it is as a country that it's not a day that we nationally celebrate. Certainly communities celebrate it, but it's not a national holiday. So moves like that might feel symbolic to some people, but they are taking steps in a great direction. And make a statement. We put out a public statement about our support of the Black Lives Matter movement and efforts to battle systemic racism. And those voices, those statements are meaningful, and they do create ripple effects. So we're looking for leaders on that front.
Awesome. Well, that was a really great list, Laura, and I hope people are taking good notes, because there's a lot of ways you can make an impact with your organization's policies based on what Lauren just recommended. We have a few questions. I'm going to try to, if we can keep the answers to them brief, and that way we don't run out of time. But there's a question that can go to either of you if you know the technical answer, although I'm going to broaden the question slightly. How can lending rules, specifically SBA and CARES funding, be changed to allow small business owners that are formerly incarcerated? And beyond that technical question, you both mentioned entrepreneurialism, the talent that people come in with that area. What can we do to better support entrepreneurs who are coming home from prison, as opposed to just hiring people into organizations? So, yeah, Topeka, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say, all of it is around legislative advocacy, and to Lauren's point, reaching out to your local legislators, demanding what needs to happen for formerly incarcerated business owners. As a formerly incarcerated nonprofit executive director, as the founder and a nonprofit, but not the owner, because as a nonprofit, you understand that there's a board that actually governs. We actually were able to benefit from the CARES and small business loans and PPP because of the work that we do, the amount of employees that we have, and et cetera. So, it was funny when we were doing the application and I was reading it, I was like, wait a minute, well, in reading it, you say, all right, well, does this exclude me or doesn't it? And after talking to our legal team, they're like, no, it doesn't, because, you're not the owner of this business, right? And so I kind of laughed and said, I don't think they thought that all the way through when they were doing the exclusions. But there are so many, not only just formerly incarcerated people, but there are people of color who have not benefited from that. There are these huge corporations and businesses that have been able to, but a lot of the small businesses have not. And so I know that there has been Robert Smith and others who are people of color who are working to build out funds that are helping to support during these times. But it all boils down to your legislative advocacy, being engaged in these processes, contacting the SBA, contacting your governors, contacting even all the way up into the President of the United States in order to do the things that you need to do to get these laws changed.
And the only thing that I would add to that is I was just looking for a reference that the ACLU, along with civil rights advocates, is actually suing the government at this point for denying the loans to people with criminal records. So for folks that are interested in advocating, as Topeka said, I would look to the ACLU and see if there's ways to get on board with the work that they and community activists are doing.
So we're getting near the end of our time together, and perhaps, when one of you isn't talking, the other one, you can put however you want your information to be shared, social media or whatnot in the chat. But I would just love to hear each of you, given this conversation is obviously not happening in a vacuum. We're in the middle of a tremendously profound conversation that's happening nationally, driven by Black Lives Matter organizers in the streets and the things happening in literally every city across the country. I'm just wondering if you'd like to take a minute to share, how you feel this moment informs the conversation that we're having, and how people should be. You both touched on this a little bit, but like how people should be thinking differently coming out of this national conversation that we're having.
I would just add, or to close, just say, this is a moment where it is everyone's responsibility. We are seeing what's happening across this country so blatantly. There's no longer that we can deny the fact that racism is what is the cause root of all evil. And specifically in this country, the fact that we have not addressed it and actually try to do anything to make amends to all of the people who have been harmed. And whether it is people of color or people with convictions who are also people of color, how do we push forward radical efforts in order to do that, right? There are people who will go out and protest. There are people who will write checks. There are people who will be able to, want to work on abolition, decarceration, legislative advocacy around changing these laws that ultimately change lives. But in the end, it is every corporate, in my opinion, corporations and their responsibility to take on the radical act, which they can do internally. You don't need a bunch of rules and guidances to make a conscious decision and effort to include in your diversity and inclusion plan people with convictions, people of color, and more women specifically across the board. So I would implore people in this time, while you're looking for this change, I've been on calls for the last 2 weeks nonstop, every single day, talking to allies who are like, listen, I'm a white woman, I'm a white person, I'm a corporate person, what can I do to help? Your radical act is one that you have the power to do on your very own, which is give people opportunities, most of whom never had a first chance. But give a person an opportunity, the same opportunity that you would want for yourself and for your loved one in order to benefit and transform their lives. The only way we can stop racism, police brutality, marginalization, housing insecurity, food insecurity, and all these things is if we end poverty. And the only way to end poverty is to give people opportunities that will help to combat that. So that's my spiel on what we can do in order to truly make substantial change in this country.
That's great. Thank you. Lauren?
Amazing. I'm going to take a 50,000 standpoint view and then do a celebratory comment as well. So, I think what myself and other white people through this movement are realizing or needing to realize is, that white privilege does not mean that families have not worked really hard to get to where they are at. It means that you are not being judged on what you're doing because of the color of your skin. I think we also have learned through this, and this is also obviously through the new Jim Crow, that mass incarceration, I think we've talked about it, but we can really feel at this point in time that it really is the 21st century slavery, that collateral consequences really are an extension of Jim Crow laws. And if we don't kind of listen to that history, if we don't actually admit that history, that we aren't going to be able to move forward. And the last thing I'd say is with so many of the advocates on the front lines, is that Black women are the heroes that are leading our efforts on these front lines. Black women are the folks who are going to get us over the finish line to reform, to reparation, and to opportunities in ways that we haven't seen before. And I just want to celebrate that because I see it every day. And it's amazing. And so I thank everybody for this conversation. It's really, really needed.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren, so much. I'm so happy Checker has you. I just want to say that you are incredible, and your level of consciousness and the ability to educate others, which deems from years and decades of work, I think you are a beacon and a light that actually will help other people who can relate to you in your position to make substantial changes and truly affording new opportunities. So I just want to say that to you directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Topeka. Coming from you, that makes me feel so good. I appreciate that.
Well, I can't think of a better note to end on than that. So I think I will take this moment to thank both of you. You were both fantastic and shared so much valuable information. Thank you to Power to Fly for making this conversation possible. And if you haven't, Lauren and Topeka, if you want to share anything in the chat, just about how people can follow your work potentially. But with that, I will pass it back to Abigail and the Power to Fly team. Thank you for having us.
Thank you all so much. That was a really, really incredible conversation. It was so necessary. Just even following along in the chat, there's so many people that you can tell this really resonated with. And people are asking for the recording. Like, this was really incredible, and I just can't thank you enough for all sharing that and your experiences and your knowledge with us. So appreciated. And I think quite the note to wrap up the inclusion track. 3 days of really, really incredible talks that we've had here on the inclusion track. Throughout the summit, it's been amazing. I think the whole Power to Fly team is feeling a little bit like, holy crow. 1, we pulled it off, and 2, I think we did darn good. Like, this has been awesome. It's been so incredible. So a couple things before we bid you for farewell from the inclusion track. The biggest being, like, we're closing the inclusion track down, but the summit is not over. Head over to the main track. In just 1 minute, we're gonna have our final keynote. It's supporting diverse women to lead us out of this crisis, what it takes from Capitol Hill. And we're gonna be joined by Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Representative Val Demings, and Eileen Donahue. It's gonna be an incredible talk. I hope you'll join us there. And then remember that tomorrow is the virtual career fair. So we're winding down the talks, but the virtual career fair tomorrow is going to be incredible, amazing companies hiring. They want to get to know you. They want you to get to know them. So I really hope to see you back tomorrow. I hope to see you in the future on Power to Fly virtual events, virtual chat and learns, check it out. And, you know, I just want to kind of say on behalf of the Power to Fly team, thank you all for joining us over the past few days. This has been incredible. It's been such a blessing for us. So thank you. And I'll see you on the main track.